First of all, ladies and gentlemen, can I welcome any webcast viewers who've gone online. Very warm welcome to you. I hope you enjoy tonight's meeting. I think it will be very interesting. Thank you for joining us. Are there any apologies, please?
Councillor Gimmerdell, please.
Thank you. Okay. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Wood.
Madam Mayor, I represent the City Council as a Director on Derby Community Transport, and therefore I declare a personal interest. I think that might get mentioned at some point. Thank you.
Anybody else like to do? Yes, Councillor Richards.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm a leaseholder on item 23108. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we have mobile phone switched off, please? Thank you. Councillor Keane.
I'm also a leaseholder at Derby Hands.
Anybody else? Right. Thank you very much. To approve the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 21st of January. Could somebody like to move them, and please? Thank you. Can I have them seconded, please, formally? Thank you. Oh, thank you, Councillor Kerr. To receive any announcements from me. Well, only to say that this is may or may not be my last council meeting, so thank you all for your attendance. I've tried to make them fun without detracting from the seriousness of the occasions, but I look forward in May to joining you all on the benches again, so thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I did think of coming in tonight and going, and letting Councillor Marshall take over, but I won't do that to you. And then he'd pass out as well, probably. To receive any statements from members of the Council. Are there any, please? I haven't been notified of any. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, yes. Yes, I have been notified of one. Councillor Redfern, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of the Labour Group, I would like to congratulate Dennis Rees on his OBE. And I think the person who really deserves it is his wife, Arlene, because he puts so much work in. And I think it is very, very well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. To receive any questions from the public to members of the Council Cabinet and the answers to those questions. First of all, Dorothy Skrittek, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To ask Council why the Council is planning to pursue plans for an incinerator when the PFI documents acknowledge that the current recycling contract is cheaper than an incinerator and can meet landfill allowance targets, giving us time to set up a few composting plants for the remaining biodegradable waste. And that was my supplementary question, just to see whether you were listening or not. And the actual question was on the childhood cancer statistics, which there's been a typographical error in the clerical work, which I've forgotten to bring. Sorry, Madam Mayor. But Councillor Carr, I believe, has the original question on the cancer statistics in Sinn Féin and Osmaston.
You're just saving paper, aren't you, Dorothy?
Councillor Carr.
If you say so, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to say, Ms Skrittek, you got me really worried there because what you're reading out was nothing like the question you'd sent to me. However, would you like me to read your question out for the benefit of Council?
Thank you, Councillor.
No problem. Right. How will the incinerator in Sinn Féin A, improve the cancer rate in children, which doubles when they are born within 5 kilometres of an incinerator? That's attributed to Professor Elliott et al. In 2000. 2, improve the recycling rates when only 10% of the waste received will be recycled by United Utilities, and burning recyclables actually breaches the UK waste hierarchy in which incineration is below recycling. And lastly, improve the air quality in an air quality management area when the last incinerator you allowed, the OGen plant, will breach the air quality in an air quality management area in which people are breathing substandard air. Thank you for that, Dorothy. May I thank Ms Skrytek for her continuing interest in the waste treatment facility that is proposed by the joint venture between United Utilities and Interserve for the treatment of residual waste generated in Derbyshire and the City. The plant is designed to deal with residual waste after recyclables have been removed at the curbside. I am pleased that Derby residents are continuing to increase the amounts they recycle in this way. Last year we recycled, composted or reused over 40% of the household waste. During the lifetime of the proposed contract, we aim to increase this level to a target of 55%, but this still leaves some materials that are difficult for the public to segregate, which the plant aims to recycle. This is the 10% recycling of throughput referred to in the question. Combining this with our target means that the City Council could approach a combined recycling rate of nearly 65%. The plant can achieve this because it is not an old-fashioned mass-burn incinerator, but in fact a combination of mechanical biological treatment and advanced conversion technology based on gasification. This gasification process has emission levels much lower than those allowed by EU legislation. These are the stricter limits that were imposed by the Waste Incineration Directive published on the 28th of December 2000 and therefore takes account of Professor Elliott's research. This plant will have minimal impact on the air quality management area and this will be addressed fully in the contractor's planning application. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Have you got a supplementary, Dorothy, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That was the one I just read out. Why the current PFI documents acknowledge that the recycling contract is cheaper than incinerator, can meet landfill allowance as long as we compost, recycle intensively the remaining 60,000 tonnes, and we can set those up instead. And it's cheaper and it's attainable, and that was in the PFI documents that I have sent out to various councillors before. So that's really the question that I wanted to ask Councillor Carr, why that was, when the PFI documents say that we can meet the targets and it's cheaper.
Councillor Carr.
First, this is not a PFI application, so although there is a PFI documents around, I am not familiar with all the details. Your question, your supplementary there, Dorothy, is quite complicated, so if you leave me with the question, I'll ensure you get a written answer in detail.
Thank you, Councillor. I have some more information to present to Councillor Carr as well, if I may, Madam.
Thank you. Mr Dunn, please. You have two questions and they're separate questions, so we'll take them as such. Thank you.
Evening, Madam Mayor. I'm addressing this to, please, yourself. Councillor Kerr, taking into account the Secretary of State's refusal to grant the proposed CPO SRO orders regarding the proposed road network around 5 lamps, plus Councillor Troop's recent comments about the damaging effects that boarded up property at Avalon area, could somebody from Derby City Council reveal a date, therefore, when a decision will be announced on the future plans for the refurbishment of 40 West Avenue, please?
Councillor Kerr, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Dunn. This is something which I've also been concerned about. 40 West Avenue has been unoccupied for many years and it would take a significant investment to make it habitable again. As you'll be aware, but others may not, this house was due to be demolished as part of a road widening proposal for 5 lamps. This scheme was rejected by the Secretary of State, so plans for this area are in abeyance. The Council remains committed to reviewing safety and congestion issues at 5 lamps, but it is not yet clear yet what form a different scheme in this area would have. It will not be until the Connecting Derby project is completed and can be evaluated in practice that new scheme proposals for this area are likely to be developed. A decision on the future of 40 West Avenue is therefore unlikely to be made until 2011 at the earliest, dependent upon the successful completion of Connecting Derby.
Yes, Mr Dunn.
Yeah, to Councillor Kerr again, please. Councillor Kerr, you've just said that it's going to be boarded up till 2011 and we're so short of housing, you keep pleading. Could this not be refurbished temporarily at least and let to it as a family home or something? It's a wonderful building and it's a disgrace to the council to be left in the state it's in.
Madam Mayor, we can maybe find out a more accurate figure for the cost of refurbishment, but the last I heard it would not be viable for that length of time.
Second question, Mr Dunn, please.
You have Councillor Kerr again?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Kerr, the Connecting Derby team acknowledge that difficulties are currently being experienced in the property market. Therefore, could Derby City Council please state what the latest date by which they will not only market 85 to 89 King Street with planning permission for the proposed extensions, but will also, as promised to English Heritage, actually refurbish 85 to 89 King Street and also build the extensions, please?
The planning application for the new corner building to the gable wall of 85 King Street, which I understand is what you're really talking about, will be submitted in March. The planning process normally takes 8 weeks, and if planning permission is granted, then the buildings will be placed on the market. This would mean that they will be put up for sale in the summer. It is impossible to give a specific date when a decision will be made to take the property off the market and build the extension.
Yeah, my follow-up is that if you've got Connecting Derby, you know you're building it, surely you've budgeted for these buildings.
Well, my understanding is that there was a sort of indicative hope rather than a promise to English Heritage on this. But I can again go back and check on that for you, Mr Dunn.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Dunn. Mr Bacon to Councillor Allen, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Allen. I'm here this evening, having resigned from the Blackheath Neighbourhood Board, having asked this question for the last 6 months. The question is, what is the total yearly running cost of the youth club, which is run at King George V Park in the Blackheath ward?
Good evening, Mr Bacon. The total annual cost for the youth club at King George V Park in Blackheath ward is £9,191. This figure includes £7,992 for staffing and £1,200 of rental and equipment costs. This investment provides for a 2-night-per-week youth club for 38 weeks of the year. 3 youth workers are on duty each night.
Thank you. Can I have that as a written...
You can have that in writing, yes.
Thank you.
Would you have no supplementary?
No supplementary. Thanks very much.
In that case, it's Ms Abro to Councillor Kerr, please. Thank you. The first of your 2 questions.
Good evening. Good evening. The St Mary's footbridge across St Alkmund's Way has not reached its first anniversary yet, but already it is showing signs of wear and tear, with the surface beginning to pucker. Is this what comes of hurriedly completing a project in time for a ministerial approval visit? By the way, the disco lights also have yet to work properly. It will soon be a hazard to walk across. How and when is the Council going to address the problem?
Councillor Kerr, please.
Thank you for the question. In response to the first part, I don't know whether the condition of the bridge surface had anything to do with a ministerial visit, but I would hope not. However, I agree that the non-slip surfacing of the deck of the new footbridge is starting to fail. The gravel surface is supposed to be stuck to the deck plates, but is coming away in some areas. This was spotted on the 12-monthly inspection, and the City Council is currently discussing repairs with the supplier. The bridge deck is not judged to be hazardous to walk across, but will be inspected on a regular basis until the surfacing is repaired. There are ongoing quality issues with the decorative lighting units built into the bridge. The lighting units were newly designed products that were chosen as they were supposed to have a long service life and low energy consumption. Unfortunately, they haven't proved to be reliable, and the Council is currently working with both the lighting designers and the supplier of the lighting units to resolve this. The Council is actively working to resolve both issues, and I hope that it won't be too long before they are sorted.
Have you a supplementary, please?
Can you reassure us that the surface, the similar surface that has been put down on Cathedral Green won't wear quite as quickly as this one has, please?
I'm afraid, having not known the technical specification of the surfaces, I can't give you a guarantee of that, but I hope we have learned from the previous experience.
Recently, the marketplace has undergone some alterations with mature trees and raised beds taken out opposite the quad. With what reference and by whose authority has this work been undertaken?
Thank you. The works to the entrance to the marketplace from the Derwent Street roundabout are being done to bring the area up to the same standard as the adjacent new paving put down as part of the quad development, and so the wider area would be a coherent whole and there would be more space for pedestrians. The Public Realm Board, on the 7th of November 2007, approved these works to the eastern end of the marketplace, and this was confirmed by Council Cabinet on the 18th of December 2007.
Supplementary, please, Ms. Ebro.
The marketplace is arguably the most important area in Derby. Why wasn't reference made to CAC, the Conservation Area Advisory Committee? They knew nothing about the plans for the marketplace.
I'm not aware of the process in that detail that took effect over 12 months ago before I was in this current position.
Would you like an answer, written answer?
I would like an answer, because these are your in-house experts. They have a feel and a knowledge that isn't being used.
Right. Well, we'll make sure that an answer is sent to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Colin Underhill, please, to Councillor Kerr.
Evening, Lady Mayor. Evening, Councillor Kerr. In view of what appears to be the swift advancement of the clearance work on King Street and St Helens Street area, would you please advise me as to what stage the archaeological search is at before demolition of the buildings associated to marble works and 2 to 8 St Helens Street commences and risk covering whatever is beneath forever?
Good evening and thank you, Mr Underhill. The archaeological excavation required by the planning approval extends to the buildings fronting St Helens Street, that's the 2 to 8 St Helens Street you mentioned. In order for this excavation to take place, the buildings to the rear of the above properties, which are affected by the new road, will have to be demolished. The replacement car park for the Seven Stars Public House is currently being reconstructed so that the archaeological work in the area behind the public house can take place, and this work should be able to start in March. The buildings at 2 to 8 St Helens Street have cellars, which are at such a depth that they will have to be filled in for the road construction, so any archaeological remains that may exist there will not be disturbed by the works.
For a supplementary, Mr Underhill, please.
Could I just look for clarification? You're going to fill the cellars in without an archaeological dig? And if so, why isn't any sort of information being brought to public attention?
My understanding is that any archaeology there will be left in situ, but I can confirm that to you.
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, who brought your questions. Item 7. Now, can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. I haven't got any questions for Derby Police Authority, Fire Authority or Derby Homes, so there are no questions. 8. To receive any written questions from non-council cabinet members. I have 2. The first one is Councillor Shanker to Councillor Troop. Thank you.
Good evening, Councillor Troop. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that the success of the Osmaston Master Plan is crucial to the future of the people of the Osmaston area? And does he acknowledge that their positive engagement and that of all partners involved is vital to that success? We have seen delay after delay in the process, So does the Cabinet member accept that further discouragement of the residents should be the last thing that anybody wants to happen? Is he aware that residents of the Victory Road and other parts of Osmaston area are dismayed by the situation created by statements originating from Derby City Council or Derby Homes that their houses will not be maintained, improved or even demolished? There has been no consultation with them. Does the Cabinet member understand that local people's confidence in the Council has been shattered by this appalling mismanagement of the master plan by the Council Cabinet? How does he therefore propose to restore this confidence of the Osmaston residents in the actions of this public authority regarding their future?
Councillor Troop, please.
Good evening, Councillor Shanker. In answer to your 6 questions, I do indeed agree that the successful implementation of the master plan is crucial to the future of the people of Osmaston. I also entirely agree that success will only be achieved if partners and the local community are fully engaged in the process. It was to this end that Cabinet, at its meeting on the 2nd of September 2008, authorised officers to undertake full community and stakeholder consultation in Osmaston on initial draft options for regenerating the area. 2 public consultation events were held in late November of last year, which were attended by residents from across the area, including Victory Road. The response to these events was overwhelmingly positive, and the feedback received is assisting the further development of the master plan. Further consultation events are being planned for the spring and summer, and a newly appointed communications and consultation officer is also now engaging with local groups in the area, seeking their input into the master planning process. At the same time, officers are in discussions with the Homes and Communities Agency and other government bodies to identify sources of funding to bring to the city for the benefit of Osmaston. I remain confident that in spite of the current difficult economic situation, funding will be forthcoming to enable the delivery of some early schemes in the area during 2010. There are no specific plans at the present time to demolish any homes in Victory Road or indeed any other part of Osmaston, but demolition of some properties in the future may well emerge as an option as the master planning process evolves in consultation with residents. For this reason, until the picture is clearer, Derby Homes have suspended the 2 main programmes of planned maintenance that are in the pipeline for Osmaston. That is the UPVC double glazing programme and the replacement storage heater programme. I would stress, though, that day-to-day maintenance services are still being provided to council-owned homes in the Osmaston area to ensure that they meet the Decent Homes standard. Also, work is carried out to the Council's agreed standards to re-let all homes that become vacant in the area so that they meet the Decent Homes standard and are safe and clean. I hope this reassures Councillor Shanker.
Have you got a supplementary, Councillor Shanker?
Yes, I have, Madam Mayor. Fortunately, Councillor Troop, I don't believe anything written in the Focus, and as you've just read that answer from the back of a Focus leaflet, I'm absolutely dismayed, and I hope you agree. It just shows the lack of respect, regard and understanding you have for the residents of Osmaston. The member must be aware of many occasions where...
Question, please, Councillor Shanker.
Sorry. Is the member aware of many occasions that repairs to properties have been delayed for this reason? And if we were to provide him with evidence of that, can you give us a commitment that these essential repairs will be carried out?
I think the reply does state that essential repairs are carried out, and that continues to be the process. But I have gone out of my way to encourage the ward members and residents to be involved. We've got a representative of the ward councillors and a resident on the board at my insistence, and the issues that he's bringing forward here have not come up at the board, and I would hope that in the future that if there are issues that they're concerned, that they are brought to the attention of the board so that they can be discussed and dealt with.
Thank you. Councillor Turner to Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Carr. I refer to the non-committal answer given to my colleague, Councillor Baggy Shankar, about the proposed waste plant at the old tannery site on Sinfin Lane, when he asked the paid staff, is the plant just an incinerator by another name? The response was neither negative nor positive. I'm sorry, it was neither positive nor negative. Well, I wanted to get it exactly. However, it must be assumed that the answer to the question is known by someone. My constituents want to know what your one-word answer to that question is. So, in one word, what is your answer to that question?
It's hardly worth getting up for, Mayor. No.
Have you got a supplementary?
Yes. Thank you. Since the calorific value that will be supplied by contract to the plant is at such a level, and the energy produced into the national grid at the plant is at a very much lower level, in fact a ratio of about 80% to the atmosphere of the energy released, I cannot see how you can call it anything else but an incinerator. Are you aware of that ratio, Councillor Carr?
Yes.
I had a feeling that was coming. Right, thank you. That concludes questions. Right, item 9. This is a report from the Chief Executive, a Corporate Director of Resources and Corporate Director of Corporate and Adult Services. You're going to address us, I believe, Mr. Cowlishaw, and there will be... Are you listening, please? And there will be opportunity for comments or questions, but not in great detail because we are going to debate the budget later. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was necessary, in our view, to put this in front of Council because we're in a unique situation. Never before in my time at the Council have we had such uncertainty surrounding the budget. And we have been giving, as officers, recommendations stroke advice to various group leaders. It was our view that the whole of the Council needed to be aware of the possible consequences of any decision that was made tonight. And we have set that out in this report, and really I have nothing to add because it's all in the report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cowlishaw. Anybody like to comment at this stage? No? Right. Thank you very much. The report noted. Item 10. 191/08, 228/08, 230/08, 231/08, 232/08. Is this formally seconded by anybody, please? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the amendment consists of the addition of the following words at the end of the motion. Subject to the inclusion of the following schemes to be funded from Housing Revenue Account reserves. Replacement of storage heaters in council houses within 18 months. Estimated cost £2,300,000. 200 pre-war council houses brought up to date with modern-day insulation standards. Estimated cost £2 million.
Councillor Williamson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I hope that this is an amendment that the whole Council can support this evening, because it does form part of Labour's alternative budget, but obviously has to be dealt with separately, as we're talking about using funds from the housing revenue account to pay for very important improvements to council dwellings in this city. At the moment, there are approaching 2,000 council properties that still have storage radiators as their main source of heating. And as we all know, storage heaters are probably the most inefficient way of heating your property. And many of the people who have this as their main form of heating are on low incomes, and as a consequence of that are also using a prepayment meter to pay for the cost. And again, as I think most members will be aware, people with prepayment meters tend to pay up to 40% more in the tariffs for the privilege of using that energy. So they are being hit, if you like, by a double whammy, in the sense that they are not only having to heat their home with a very inefficient form of heating, they're actually paying a lot more for it. And we think in the Labour group that it's essential that we tackle this problem of fuel poverty in the city, particularly when we know that fuel bills have increased over the last 12 months, making it even more difficult for people who are already on a low income and are therefore struggling with their fuel bills as it is. And as we know, the definition of fuel poverty is that 10% of the household income, at least 10% of the household income, is used to pay for the fuel bill. And given the Council's key corporate priority to reduce the city's carbon footprint, again I would hope that people from all members from all sides of this chamber would support this amendment. Now, it's funded by virtue of the surplus that is currently sitting in the housing revenue account and totals around £14 million. And the proposals that we've put forward here to replace the storage heaters and indeed to bring around 200 pre-war dwellings up to a better standard in terms of the insulation on those properties would cost in the order of £4.5 million. So the money is there, Madam Mayor. It's sitting in the housing revenue account. And I think it's important for us, particularly at this time when we know that people are worried about their future, we know that people are going on short time and losing their jobs. Therefore, I think there's even more people who are living in these types of accommodation who are going to find it even more difficult to continue paying their bills. And, you know, they're going to have to cut their cloth accordingly. And, you know, particularly if you've got families with young children or disabled people in the household, they can ill afford to turn down the thermostat when obviously it's important that, you know, we look after and ensure that vulnerable families in that situation are not discriminated against in that way. So I think it meets our key corporate priorities, Madam Mayor, in terms of our commitment to tackling climate change. I think it addresses our obligation as a public authority to address poverty and fuel poverty. There's money sitting in the housing revenue account to fund this. I think it makes absolute sense for us to adopt this amendment to the proposal before us, Madam Mayor. And as I say, I hope that we can get unanimous support, at least for this part of the budget process this evening.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Councillor Troop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we can all have some sympathy with the aspirations that Councillor Williamson's amendment tackles. And at a Cabinet meeting, when we discussed this paper, we did consider what the best position to have on the surpluses that were in the HRA. And I think members should be mindful of the fact that these surpluses have existed for some time and were in the HRA budget when Councillor Williamson was leader of the council. And I don't remember him then trying to spend this money on the pressures that there were in council housing. At that time, it was considered appropriate to keep a balance in the HRA because of the loss of Almo subsidy, which is facing us in the years ahead, and that we need to manage our way through that. And I accept that in part, but over and above that, there's also the National Review of the HRA, which is going to be reporting in the spring. before Easter, we're told. And until we know the outcome of that, I don't think it's a wise move to be changing the direction of our HRA policy in this way. So although I have sympathy with Councillor Williamson's aspirations, I think this is not the right time to do this, and I would urge members to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Troop. Councillor Higginbottom.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. You clearly don't have sympathy with the tenants that are stuck with storage heaters and won't put them on because they can't afford to pay the bills. These need to be removed and replaced.
Councillor Webb, please.
Madam Mayor, as a board member of Derby Homes, I really need to know the implications of this and its impact upon Derby Homes. The HRA will be moving into negative equity in, I think it's 2011, and the review that is currently taking place, although it may or may not give us an advantage as a member of the board currently, am I able to vote on this issue?
Thank you. Councillor Hickson.
I mean, I'd need some further advice, Madam Mayor, but from officers. But it seems to me that what we're faced with is a situation here where we've got a large number of council tenants stuck with a horrible, ineffective and useless heating system that's costing them a lot of money to run, and that we need something doing about it. If we could have officer advice that this wouldn't unduly damage the housing revenue account by using these reserves, then I think we'd be minded to support it, bearing in mind the fact that a lot of these houses that have these inefficient heating systems are occupied by people who are elderly and disabled. And the problem with them is, of course, as we all know about these old-fashioned storage heaters, is that they heat up overnight and then discharge the heat gradually during the day. And, of course, by night time, when people need it most, they've gone cold. And bearing in mind the fact that we've got a lot of elderly and disabled people in these houses, I don't want to condemn them to years of misery and not having proper heating systems if there is something now that we can do about it. But not having any prior knowledge of the amendment, I'd need some officer advice just to make sure that we've got the confidence to be able to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Vice Chair of Derby Homes, maybe I can answer some of the questions. It is true to say that the HRA would move into negative subsidy in 2012. The issue is, of course, under the current HRA regime, there is the issue where the actual rent is a national rent, not a local rent. The issue for us is very clear. Office has been very prudent over quite a number of years of accumulating a balance, which will mean that over the course of 30 years that the HRA will balance properly. And we won't be in a situation where we have a deficit in the account. I think the £2 million proposed in our budget is wholly sensible in that it enables people to have central heating installed, remove the storage heaters and also modernise the homes. Because Derby Homes, as a housing provider, runs some of the property which is in a pretty poor state, even after the Decent Homes programme. And I think it would be prudent for us to do this. It wouldn't put us into a situation where we go into negative equity much sooner. And there is the review of the HRA itself, which one hopes brings forward some positive news for tenants in Derby, in that if we can keep and retain our own rents, then actually Derby tenants and leaseholders would be in a much better position in terms of where they are at the moment. However, we have the issue with the Almo subsidy, which runs out in 2012, and I think at the moment that it would be prudent to do this, and I would support the amendment.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say I fully support this amendment and regret that we had to have the weasel words of the Cabinet member who expressed sympathy for people. And sympathy doesn't keep you warm in the winter. It is a shame that we can't deal effectively with the heating for people who are suffering at this particular time. And I accept, because I was the Cabinet member responsible at the time for retaining the HRA and not using it for that purpose at the particular time. Councillor Troop got that bit right. But what we did do at the time was recognise there was a programme needed which Derby Homes were putting in. We now are in a position, since the Liberal Democrats came to power, and through no fault of their own, I might add, but we're faced with massive increases in energy charges. We've had to recognise, I think, that this has been the coldest winter for many years, and perhaps it's brought into sharp relief the fact that many older people are suffering in our city. And I have no problem at all with accepting the fact that there is some responsibility for all the people who've sat and watched people with storage radiators over the years have difficulties. But once we know that there is a significant problem within that area, and we now know that the escalating fuel costs and the fact that we seem to be back into colder winters and people having difficulties, then it is the responsibility of the Cabinet not to take a view that sympathy will solve the problem. It won't. What we want is affirmative action by the Cabinet, and if they won't take it, then this Council must indeed take action to ensure that the people who really require heat and warmth at particular times have systems that will enable them to heat their homes as they require it, and not some form of heating, as Councillor Hickson has quite rightly said, builds hot bricks overnight which gradually cool during the day. And I know at one stage Economy 7 came in and gave fairly cheap electricity to people, and what I didn't know is there used to be, and I don't know whether it's still effectively there, pardon me, a system called Economy 10, which actually gave you cheap electricity overnight and a period of boost during the day. And I've been rather negligent of not checking that before I came here tonight. But I do believe the motion deserves support from both sides of the House, even if our colleagues in the centre here want to reject it. We should take a much firmer view.
Councillor Kerr, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just a little bit concerned here in terms of procedure and process, if you like, because we have a Derby Homes Board who would be empowered to have put this into their programme at the moment. But they've clearly thought about it because it is something that will have been discussed, and if it was a priority, then the third of tenants who are on the board would probably have raised it and lobbied for it. But it's not something that's come back as a top priority because of the financial prudence which they're looking at as well. However, there may be good causes, good reasons for doing it, and therefore I don't think it's something that should be forgotten about. However, there are increasing numbers of grants available and matched funding, partly associated with the new Homes and Communities Agency. And I personally think that this is clearly an issue, and I'm sure the Derby Homes Board members from here and elsewhere will take it back as an issue. But I don't think we should amend this programme at the moment because of the significant financial impact it may have in the future. So let's remember it as an issue. Let's encourage the Derby Homes Board to take it forward, but leave them with the plan that they've worked on so far.
Councillor Dinser.
Thank you. I'm left a bit bemused with that contribution from Councillor Kerr because I don't know whether she's indicating she's in support or she doesn't know how the HRA works or she's against. I think as far as my information goes, the HRA is a fund that the council can make a decision on and not the board of the housing Derby Homes. So, I mean, I've got limited information in this area, but even I know that much. So, Councillor Kerr, I'm getting a bit confused, more confused with your contribution, because is it yes, is it no, or is it I don't know? So, please make up your mind one way or the other. In terms of the actual resolution put forward by Councillor Williamson, I totally support this, because poverty is a scourge on lots of people
and we need to remove it. And fuel poverty, in particular, is something that has become increasingly an issue, as we all know, in a few months recently. And for Councillor Troop to stand there and say he has sympathy for this issue, but Labour group members previously did not make decisions on this. Councillor Troop, you have to understand, the circumstances have changed. The issue is a greater issue now than it has been previously. And that is something that you should be aware of and that should take into account. Nothing stands still in this world. Decisions are made on the situation, the circumstances we find ourselves in. And the ones we find ourselves in now are hitting individuals and members of the Derby City in a way which we wouldn't have dreamed of a few months, a year or so ago. And we have to be responsive. The Labour group is responsive, so for that purpose, I stand here supporting wholeheartedly the resolution of Councillor Williamson, and I think the whole House, the whole Chamber here should support this resolution because it's the right thing to do for fuel poverty and it's the right thing to do for those disadvantaged people, particularly the elderly, who will suffer more if we don't remove these storage heaters and replace them with more efficient ways of providing heat and fuel. So I totally support this resolution and commend it to the rest of the Chamber.
Sorry, Councillor Hussain, please.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Kerr's contribution reminds me of an experience as a social worker in a hospital. I went to see an old lady, 85 years of age, who'd been admitted as a result of a major stroke. Some minor improvements were needed to her property, and she had about £100,000 in the bank. And she said, I'm not spending a penny of that because I'm saving that for a rainy day. Not realizing it was really chucking it down outside already. Now, I have to say, there are only two relevant questions to ask ourselves in this situation. One is the money there? Is it available? Which it clearly is, because nobody is denying that. And second question is there a better spend plan for this money? And the answer there appears to be no as well. Now, just because, I'm referring to Council Troop's contribution when he said, well, when you were in control, you didn't spend money, didn't spend that money, why should we? What sort of answer is that? Just because for one reason or another we didn't get around to doing this, are you saying, well, why should we do it? We're not going to leave things as they are because you didn't manage to do it. I think all those arguments are totally illogical, so therefore I will support this amendment.
Councillor Skelton, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the point that the Cabinet did, a few cabinets ago, approve a programme for accelerated removal of storage heaters and replacement with central heating. So there is work going on. And also to, I think...
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find Councillor Kerr's and Councillor Troop's contribution to this debate quite astonishing, actually. It just shows the reality of what they've been doing for the last year, completely unable to make decisions, prevarication, just completely incomprehensible answers to simple questions. If the Derby Homes Board haven't made a decision to spend this money, it is within our gift as a council to direct them to spend the money on projects that we see fit. I think that there is nothing more fit than this proposal that has been put forward by the Labour group. How can we stand by and let the elderly and the young, with young children, suffer through this winter and the next winter and the winter after that, when we have the money available and you just don't want to spend it? Well, I think that we will spend that money and we will support this motion.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's everybody, isn't it? Right, all those in favour of...
Madam Mayor,
oh, well...
ask a technical question on whether Derby Homes Board members could vote on this issue, whether we had a prejudicial interest.
You can vote on this issue.
Thank you.
Right, all those in favour of the amendments? Right. Those against? Right, that's carried then. Thank you. So that's Councillor Jones to move the motion, please, as with the amendment that we've just voted on.
Mayor, I just want to formally move that motion as amended.
Thank you very much. Okay, agreed? Agreed? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Glad you came. Thank you. Right, item 11, 229/08. Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, sorry, Madam Mayor.
Pardon?
I just wanted to point out to Council on the document 10F on page 8. Myself and Councillor Graves have been going on at some great length about Ulverston District Centre. I certainly made it my job, and Councillor Graves supported me in putting some pressure on our Cabinet member at the time, as Councillor Banwake no doubt will testify to, and we put some pressure on Councillor Kerr. But it's quite interesting to note that actually in the papers it says, despite that, the assurances I've had in questions given both to my answers given to questions given to both myself and Councillor Graves, that there will be further consideration by the Corporate Asset Management Group and the Public Realm Board regarding support of these. And the important word is with the expectation that this funding should become available. Well, you can see that the interests of the residents of Ulverston are best served by supporting the Labour budget in a few minutes, because we are going to deliver Ulverston District Centre, and if I have to run through every single Cabinet member in the process to do that, whether it be on my side or where else, I shall do that, because I represent the residents of Ulverston. I'm sure the Mayor, who's the Ulverston District her ward builds on, would say similar things. But this is just appalling. We have the expectation that it will be delivered. Well, I can tell you it's going to be delivered. I'm promising the residents of Ulverston that it's going to be delivered, come what may. And this wishy-washy Liberal Democrat promise in their budget proposals is just typical of them. I'm afraid we will deliver this. Rest assured, residents of Ulverston. And the Councillor Gins, if you're going to vote for this, shame on you.
Have you changed your mind? Yeah. Right. Now we move into the motion to approve the above minutes and recommendations of the Council Cabinet dated 17th of February. Councillor Jones, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Jennings will be speaking. You all have more than the usual 5 minutes on this occasion. Councillor Jones, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this budget is a prudent legal budget that's been proposed by the Liberal Democrat group. It's the result of thorough consultation and an enormous amount of work over the last 10 months by both the Council Cabinet and its officers. As we all know, the economic climate has shifted considerably since the Council set its last budget. We know that's placed increased pressures on local authorities across the country. Added to this is the fact the Council is still being underfunded centrally by the Labour government to the tune of some £6 million. A case we continue to pursue through SEGOMA, but one which appears to fall on deaf Labour ears. As we have faced pressures, not least in things like the reinsertion of the public toilet provision by the Labour and Conservative groups, having been removed from the budget by the previous Labour Conservative administration. There's also the increased cost of the concessionary fare travel scheme, which seems to grow almost by the week. Just last week, we were told that we have to find another 250,000. We face greater expense for placing our precious children in care and rising costs to our refuse collections because of the increasing number of homes that have been built in the city. Then there are those pressures brought about by the improvements we want to make. Things like investing more money in highways maintenance, repairs to buildings. Against that backdrop, you might anticipate the harshest of budgets. Thankfully, that's not the case. Since putting forward our initial consultation document on January the 12th, we have listened and we have made some changes. In spite of the pressures we faced, our proposed council tax increase is just 4.25%, instead of the 5% that our initial forecasts were based on earlier in the year. In real terms, that means an increase for the majority of Derby residents of about £30 a year. That's less than £1 a week before the fire and the police precepts. Another change we have made is the reallocation of money we intended to spend on the energy shop into a wider pot dedicated to tackling climate change. Climate change is an issue that affects us all, and we need to begin to tackle that now. We have shown yet again that we are listening, just as we promised we would. The £10,000 local community funds that were included as a one-off last year are now a permanent addition to the revenue budget. There will be a further investment in the Rethink Rubbish recycling scheme, with up to 12,000 more properties due to come on board this year. We are also supporting our vulnerable young people who need to be looked after through placements. We are continuing to address budget pressures in adult social services. With an ageing population, this brings increased demand on our council service. We've successfully steered through the reintroduction of fairer charging and are expecting the results of our care homes review to report shortly. In addition to all of this, our £22 million capital funding programme will enable the council to continue its public realm programme. This will not just ensure Derby continues to improve as a place to live and work and visit, but will provide a timely boost to the city's economy through the work that it will generate over the next 12 months. Because the budget you have before you, Madam Mayor, is not about maintaining the status quo in the face of the growing pressures, it's about improvement. Despite the jeers we've had to endure at times, we started improving things from the moment we took control. As a group, the Liberal Democrats instantly saved the city more than £50,000 per year when we reduced the number of cabinet members from 10 to 7 following our elections in May. We were quick to dismiss the ill-thought-out congestion charging scheme that was on the table before we arrived, and the misguided proposals for parking meters in places including Littleover were rightly scrapped. One of our first actions was to reprioritise the works that would go ahead on the old bus station site. Since we did that, we've seen the new bus station being built rapidly, and it's on schedule to be completed in September. Derby has waited more than a decade for the River Lights project to become reality, and under the Liberal Democrats, it is now taking shape. And of course, there's our commitment to the New Ways of Working programme. The Cabinet is determined that the City Council should lead the way in terms of continuing the city's regeneration, starting with looking at our own buildings. That's why we have looked at alternative and innovative ways to ensure this programme goes ahead, even in this current climate. And with the project picking up steam, the Lib Dems have led by example. We have taken on the ethos of new ways of working instead of just talking about it. For example, as I mentioned before, we've reduced the Cabinet, we therefore can reduce the number of Cabinet offices. There were 10 occupied by the Cabinet, now we're down to 4, by simply sharing an office. I should make it absolutely clear that we expect the same from our colleagues and groups as this project continues to take place. We also inherited the Aerospace Alliance upon taking control of the Council, but while there was a gathering of members, there was no clear direction. There was theory, but there was no substance. I'm glad to say that under this administration, the alliance has been resurrected. There is now money in the pot from other member authorities, and we at last have a focus as a lobbying consortium. Our opponents told us last May that we'd make a hash of things. It's clear that that hasn't happened. The Audit Commission will release its final comprehensive performance assessment of this Council this Thursday, and the signals are that we can expect yet another excellent report. Under this administration, Derby City Council is in safe hands. Madam Mayor, of course there needs to be continued prudence. Through sensible Treasury management, we have taken measures to safeguard our position. Derby is in a stronger position than some other local authorities, but that does not mean that we are immune from the effects of the economic downturn. That is why I can announce that we will be undertaking a base budget review in the coming months. We also need to look at the grants the Council provides across all sectors, as well as things like supported bus services, to ensure we are continuing to provide excellent value for money. And we will continue to provide excellent value for money if we keep going in the direction we are already travelling. Madam Mayor, I am proud to be leading a Liberal Democrat minority administration that has taken on the challenge of running this council in the face of fierce opposition. I am proud that instead of crawling into our shells as our opponents hoped, we have got stronger and stronger. The tit-for-tat squabbling that we have had to put up with over the last 10 months may have blighted us, but it's not stopped our determination to do the very best for Derby and the people of Derby. That is why I'd appeal to each and every member of this council to consider the very real impact your actions have this evening. You've heard from the Chief Executive under the legal duty to inform all members of the consequences of budget setting. All members today have received an unprecedented email letter sent jointly from the unions, urging us to consider the consequences of a tax level lower than 4.25%. There is no shadow of doubt that every member of this chamber knows their duty to this city and its residents this evening. Yet, the political makeup of this council has the potential to throw a spanner in the works. Tonight is about us as councillors doing what is right for the people who elected us to represent them. It is not about political performance, but about delivering a well-costed, sensible, well-thought-through and legal budget which will deliver excellent services and give great value for money for the citizens over the next 3 years. Derby continues to offer the lowest council tax in the East Midlands and by some distance the lowest in Derbyshire. The 4.25% increase will mean the people of this city continue to receive excellent service at terrific value for money. The improvements I have described means Derby can keep improving despite the economic climate. That is why tonight I take great pleasure, Madam Mayor, in commending this budget to you and members. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm delighted that we can all now sleep safely in our bed in the full knowledge that the Liberal Democrats are sharing an office and have reduced the size of the Cabinet from 10 to 7, saving the princely sum of £50,000. Madam Mayor, what we've just heard from Councillor Jones, frankly, is claiming credit for many of the initiatives that were started by the previous administration. How Councillor Jones can stand there and claim credit for the bus station, frankly, is beyond me. I thought she might do that because they put one of their misleading documents out, claiming that work has begun at long last on the new bus station for Derby, thanks to the Liberal Democrat leadership of the council. What complete and total nonsense, Madam Mayor. Anybody who studies the Derby Evening Telegraph will be aware that work actually started on the new bus station prior to the last local election, Councillor Jones. So don't stand there claiming credit for things that you've had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with. But what really takes the biscuit, Madam Mayor, is when the Liberal Democrats stand there and claim credit for saving the public toilets. I mean, it is just beyond a joke. And, of course, they've got form for this. Don't we all remember a few years ago when the Liberal Democrats were last in charge of this council? They came up with a great wheeze to close all of the city's nurseries. They said it was the wicked Labour Party's plan and we've got no option but to follow through on these proposals that the Labour Party had actually instituted. Doesn't that sound a little bit familiar? What they did then, of course, after a massive campaign was waged against that ill-thought-through proposal to close the city's nurseries, was to put out a leaflet, similar to this kind of thing, actually, saying, the Liberal Democrats have saved the nurseries. Well, now they're doing the same with the public toilets. I've got a document here, toilets saved at the 11th hour. And it's the wicked Labour Party and the wicked Tory Party. It was all a conspiracy. It was our fault. We were going to close them. Again, what total nonsense. Is that really, Councillor Jones, the best you can do? Frankly, it's pathetic. The reality, Madam Mayor, of what we've heard this evening from the council leader is a council of despair. She reminds me of a modern-day Emperor Nero who fiddled while Rome burned. Councillor Jones and her Liberal Democrat colleagues seem to be fiddling while the hopes and aspirations of Derby's people are being razed to the ground. And that's why we've come forward with an alternative budget that we'll be debating, I hope, later on the agenda this evening, Madam Mayor, because we don't believe in a council of despair. We believe in a council of hope for the future of this city. Madam Mayor, Councillor Jones's budget proposals offer very, very little, right at the time when they should be offering a lot to local people. This isn't a time to retreat into your shell, Councillor Jones. It may have escaped your attention, although I'm not sure that it has entirely, because I think it was at least twice and possibly 3 times during the course of your speech that you referred to the unprecedented economic downturn that we're currently living through. We're seeing successful local companies who are struggling to obtain credit. We know that people in this city can't get a mortgage. We know that others are losing their home. We know that unemployment and short-time working are increasing. And local people, Madam Mayor, are having to tighten their belt. And so it seems to me it's times like these when quality public services are needed more than ever. But what we've seen from the Liberal Democrats is, far from supporting, increasing and enhancing public services, we've seen a diminution in public services. We've seen swinging charges on some of the most vulnerable people in our city to receive a home care service, when there is no need to do it. The funds are there to retain a free home care service. This is the very time when people in this city are struggling that we should be standing by their side, supporting them with policies that actually care for the most vulnerable, look after them and ensure that they are not the victims of this unprecedented economic downturn to which Councillor Jones referred. And I'd say this, Madam Mayor, to everybody in this chamber: are you seriously prepared to vote to abandon the people who put us here, the voters, the electors? They put us in this position to actually look out for their interests. This is a time when we need to show leadership in this city, not, as I've already said, Madam Mayor, to retreat back into our shell. But if this Lib Dem budget is voted through tonight, then quite clearly, Madam Mayor, it seems to me that this council will be voting to abandon the people who put us here, the people who rely on this council in times of stress like this to ensure that we put their interests first, to make sure that we're standing shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure that we can protect them as best we can from the worst impact of this unprecedented economic circumstances that Councillor Jones talked about. I think, Madam Mayor, we should be using all the powers at our disposal, and there are many powers available to this council to actually ensure that we can insulate the city from the impact of this economic downturn. We just have to be bold, we have to be brave, and we have to be creative in the policies that we adopt. This isn't a time, Madam Mayor, for inertia, timidity and pessimism. That's what we heard from Councillor Jones this evening. It's a time for all of us to stand up for the people we represent. Unlike the Cabinet's budget, Madam Mayor, the Labour Group will be advocating innovative solutions to ensure that we can continue to move the city forward, that we will protect and support hard-working parents who are struggling to make ends meet with things like a school meals price freeze, retaining the home-to-school transport. We also have proposals to help people who are the victims of the credit crunch with a council mortgage scheme and a business loan facility. I've already mentioned our support that we'd provide to vulnerable elderly residents by ensuring that we would scrap the home care charges, the swinging home care charges that have been imposed by the Lib Dems. But their mean-spirited policies, interesting that Councillor Jones didn't care to refer to them in her contribution, included not just the swinging imposition of charges on people who require home care, we also saw the quadrupling of day centre charges. We see in the proposals before us this evening a proposal to cut community transport to disabled people in this city, so they can't get to go and see the football match, so they can't take more than one shopping trip into the city or to a district centre, or to save a relatively modest amount of money. I mean, how mean-spirited can you get, Councillor Jones? It's a disgrace. And of course we have proposals which we'll talk about a little later with regard to enhancing the concessionary fare scheme. I've already mentioned, and indeed I'm delighted, that in spite of the Lib Dem opposition this evening, we've managed to ensure that we can at least do something to help council tenants who are suffering from fuel poverty. But we also have proposals to do something for owner-occupiers and people living in the private rented sector as well. We have proposals to address the very real need, something again completely absent from Councillor Jones's presentation this evening, and that is to provide some support to our young people, to offer some additional traineeships, some additional apprenticeships to local people. That is extremely important for this authority to be investing in the future by putting our house in order and ensuring that we're providing additional apprenticeship and trainee opportunities for young people. Nothing there at all from the Lib Dems in their budget proposals. It's left to the opposition Labour group to come up with a commitment to ensure that we can support young people. And we've also got proposals, and Councillor Bayliss has already mentioned about the Alveston District Centre, but we heard a lot when the Lib Dems were in opposition about support for our neighbourhoods, that the Labour group and the Conservative group were obsessed with the city centre. Well, we've got proposals here to bring forward the work to the Alveston District Centre, to carry out a feasibility study, to undertake improvements to Mackworth, to bring forward a range of improvements in the local areas around this city. Not a word of that is mentioned in the Lib Dems budget. We also have an innovative proposal, Madam Mayor, and again we heard a lot from the Lib Dems when they were in opposition about the wicked Labour Party closing post offices. Well, you've now got a chance to put your money where your mouth is, Councillor
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Point of order. Could Councillor Williamson address the Lib Dem budget and not his own proposals, please?
Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that intervention, Councillor Jennings. And of course, I don't want to repeat myself. Sorry.
Look, this is serious. We're not playing games. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just really want to make the point that what is absent from the Lib Dem budget is any commitment to support post office provision in this city. A modest sum is all that would be required to ensure that we could reopen the post office at Chester Green, for example, and I would hope that the Lib Dems could find it within themselves to actually support that proposal when we get to it. Madam Mayor, all this can be achieved, and we'll talk about it, I'm hoping, in somewhat more detail a little later on in the agenda, but it can be achieved with a lower council tax than that being proposed by the Liberal Democrats, and the world will not fall in, let me be clear about this, if we, as a council this evening, agree to a council tax that is lower than 4.25% increase. And that's important, I think, that we set that very clearly out for members here tonight and for anybody listening in, and indeed for the record, because I believe, Madam Mayor, that with a comprehensive set of efficiencies, with a commitment to look at ensuring that we can improve our processes, that we can stop the wasteful process of paying for empty beds in residential care homes. Councillor Jones referred to our precious children and making sure that we provide support for them in various residential establishments. That is important. But one of the things that they didn't say, Madam Mayor, and one of the things that this council should be doing, is finding ways in which we can provide that support in the public sector rather than relying on the private sector, who frankly fleece local authorities with the charges that they impose. And we know from research that we've done that if we can offer placements to people with complex needs in a public sector setting, the savings can be several £1,000s per week per person. So you don't need to be a fantastic mathematician, Madam Mayor, to be able to work out that if we can achieve that, and we can by working with other local authorities, that we can make huge and significant savings. So, Madam Mayor, what I would say is that tonight is not a night for sitting on our hands. It's important, in my view, that we ensure that we stand up for the people of this city, that we vote down this Lib Dem budget this evening, because it doesn't serve the people of this city well. It actually lets down the people of Derby. It's timid in its approach, it's pessimistic, it's retreating into its shell. We need, as I've already said, Madam Mayor, to be bold and confident about the future. We have to step into the breach to ensure that this council is using all its powers to ensure that we can protect the city from the worst effects of the economic downturn. And I know that the Lib Dems have been in power now for 10 months. They secured that position really as a result of our colleagues on the Conservative benches almost a year ago, who decided to give them a go at power by not voting against their administration. In a way, that's fair enough, because the Lib Dems are the largest group, it has to be said, with 19 members, although we should never forget that there are 19 members sitting in this chamber this evening who were voted in under the Labour Party banner. But what I would say to my colleagues on the Conservative benches, that having put the Lib Dems in charge, are you really satisfied with, and have you been sufficiently impressed by, the leadership offered by Councillor Jones? Do you really think that the last 10 months have been good for the city? Because I certainly don't think they have. I would ask my Conservative colleagues, Madam Mayor, are you prepared to give Councillor Jones and her administration a further vote of confidence by allowing the Cabinet's budget to slip through? This administration's been paralysed by a combination of inertia, timidity and pessimism. It's a Cabinet that needs the guidance and the discipline of a proper budget rather than the dog's dinner that's been served up by Councillor Jones. We've had almost a year of procrastination, dilly-dallying and standing still. Madam Mayor, enough is enough. Councillor Jones herself, as I've repeated on numerous occasions during my speech, has acknowledged that we're living through extraordinary economic times. Well, those extraordinary economic times require a groundbreaking solution. Derby needs to move forward, and it's our responsibility to make sure that it does. So I say to all members, including some of those of you on the Lib Dem benches, if you've got any pride in our city, if you're prepared to stand up for our city, and if you believe our city deserves your support, you'll vote down the Cabinet's budget proposals tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine won't be as witty as yours. We are in harsh economic times. There's no doubt about that. It's been driven by years of the Labour government's mismanagement of the economy. Overtaxation, overspending require that sensible, prudent management of the city's finances is even more imperative to ensure that the taxpayers of this city, for once, get a fair deal and the assistance they need to manage their everyday finances. Officers would have you believe that anything less than a 4.25% increase in council tax would be a disaster for the city. And of course the Lib Dems, being led by the nose, agree with them. Locally and nationally, people are tired of the constant round of tax rises seen over recent years. Labour claim to be the party of the people and the workers, and yet it is this Labour government that have raided people's pensions, driven the economy to the brink of ruin, and year on year have found more and more ways to increase the tax burden on the ordinary working person, whilst ensuring that income from savings and pensions is now non-existent. Is it any wonder then that people are looking for an alternative, to seek to elect a group that will deliver cost-efficient services at an affordable price and with a minimum increase in taxes? Last May, the people of Derby thought they'd got that. They voted for a change. They voted for the Liberal Democrats. That's why they're in control. That's why we let them take control, because of their numbers. Nothing else. We could have stopped them, but we didn't. We thought it was the right thing to do. The Liberal Democrats, vocal in opposition and full of promises to get elected. Now been in control of this authority for nearly a year, and what have you done so far? True to form, they appear to be no different from the rest of the Lib Dem councils across the country. Few that they are, thank God. They have increased charges for services across the board, from births, deaths and marriages to burials, along with increasing car parking charges across the city, day centre charges for the elderly and infirm, and all this at the same time as offering reduced services. It is this administration that wanted to close the public toilets across the city. They want to close the cash office in the council house, and they have the audacity to justify this closure by saying that the number of users has reduced, when in fact it is them who have driven the users away. Given a choice, I'm sure those users would return if the service was still available. They want to close a care home in Mackworth, but bitterly opposed such a closure in one of their own wards just last year. And now they are proposing to cut the Derby Community Transport Scheme, a vital community service that offers independence to the elderly and infirm. These are but a few examples of what the residents of Derby can expect from this Lib Dem administration. And you don't have to look too farther afield to see where the city is going. Have a look at Chesterfield and see what the Liberal Democrats have done there. This is the group that wanted to give the residents of Derby a 4.9% council tax rise. And they state that after public consultation they've reduced it to 4.25%. Well, I suggest the fact is you reduced it to 4.25% because the Conservative group refused to even debate the issue at 4.9% and left the meeting. This group have pledged that we will deliver a 2.5% increase in council tax. In this, the harshest of economic times in recent history. We are therefore the only group that has promised to protect the interests of the residents of Derby and force the council to live within its means. I would also repeat that nationally, if a Conservative government is elected at the next elections, which is likely, it will offer a scheme to enable councils to deliver a 2.5% rise in council tax next year as well. And should the residents of Derby elect a Conservative majority council next year, we pledge that once again we will deliver a 2.5% increase in council tax, and not the exorbitant rises now being proposed. Madam Mayor, we will therefore not be supporting this administration's proposed budget as it stands. We also would like to say that Councillor Williamson's proposals, as he's outlined, are based on using nearly half of the council's reserves. And that is also something that this group would not support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hickson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, first of all, go to Councillor Jones's comments when she says that this council is in safe hands. I don't know where she works that one out, in our view, and I think in everybody else's. Since the Liberal Democrats took control, this council has been in dead hands. And she talks about budget reviews in the coming months. Coming months are no good to the people that are facing the economic downturn and the ruination of their personal lives by losing jobs and losing all sorts of financial income. They need real help now. And she said, she had the temerity to say, we didn't crawl into our shells. She said, we're here. Well, she's been a leadership disaster. I went to an embassy, a Derby embassy meeting at London. Councillor Jones got up to speak and half the room walked out. It was a disaster. Not once has she attended a single budget consultation meeting with the opposition parties. She's delegated it to other colleagues in the Cabinet because she didn't know what to do. And as for the officer's letter, which prophesies doom and gloom, absolute nonsense. All around this country, councils have been setting 3% or less council tax increases. Let me remind officers, if they didn't already know, that the budget is the decision of members alone. We don't need dire warnings of fire and brimstone from officers to tell us what our fiduciary duties are as far as this council is concerned. We know what those are. And Councillor Jones says she's well aware of the economic downturn and knows what it means. But she's been protected from it, hasn't she? I mean, it's only a meeting ago that she came to this council, or rather Councillor Kerr did, arguing for a huge increase in the leader's allowance. The economic downturn doesn't bother her, does it, or any of the other members of the Liberal Democrat Cabinet. They were here arguing, until we put a stop to it, for huge increases in their own personal allowances. So they're not worried about the economic downturn. It doesn't affect them. As it does, all they do is help themselves, or seemingly go to help themselves for more public money from the ratepayers of this city to increase their allowances. So what you see in the leadership of this council, Councillor Jones and Councillor Kerr, are sort of modern-day Burke and Hare, prattling around Derby, doing absolutely nothing to help the hard-pressed taxpayers of this city. We ought to have signs up on the entrance to the city, abandon hope, all ye who enter here, because that's what it's coming down to as far as this council is concerned. No leadership, no vision, absolutely nothing to inspire and lead the citizens of this city in the worst economic downturn that we've seen in recent years. But the Conservative group does have hope that we can remedy the situation. We do need to stand behind our electors with firmness and resolve. And if the Liberal Democrats don't know how to manage the budget, and clearly they don't by putting forward the ridiculous proposals that they've put forward in the papers this evening, then clearly the Conservative group do. So therefore, Madam Mayor, I have a series of amendments to move which will correct this ridiculous budget that's been put forward by the Lib Dems this evening.
Councillor Hickson, is this... Councillor Hickson, I'm speaking to you, please. Is this seconded? Thank you.
The amendment, Madam Mayor, consists of a revised budget requirement which is set out in the paper which is being handed out, together with the details of the changes that lead you to that total, and then the corresponding changes in the detailed figures are also set out in the paper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, moving then briefly on to the amendment, and I don't want to take up too much of Council's time because I think we'll need to debate these issues fully. We have costed out the way, as we said we would, of delivering a 2.5% council tax increase for this city. And this amendment shows the Liberal Democrats, because clearly they can't do it, shows them exactly how to do it. The amendment reduces a modest 1% from total salary costs. It takes out a modest sum from the public realm scheme and a modest reduction from the Derby Live schemes and reallocates the LABGI funding which was awarded to Council last week. It also builds in retention of Derby Community Transport Services, the retention of the cash office that was under threat. It provides extra powers, an extra £10,000 to each of the 17 neighbourhood boards, specifically for highways improvements, and it builds in the staffing to be able to support that extra responsibility on neighbourhood boards to be able to manage and deal with that devolved funding. It doesn't take any money from reserves. In fact, it enhances the reserves position as far as this council is concerned, and it reduces the burden on taxpayers in this city throughout all of the council tax bands. We believe that this is a prudent way of adjusting the council's finances. These figures have been checked by the council's chief finance officer and can be delivered if members have the will to deliver them. We think that in the current economic climate, anything more than 2.5% to the hard-pressed taxpayers in this city would be both an insult and totally unacceptable, particularly to those on fixed incomes who don't qualify for benefits, because they are the worst hit. They've got no interest coming in on their savings, and at the same time are being hit by increases in fuel that we talked about earlier, and all sorts of other rising costs. And it's those people particularly that we've got to protect and insulate. And there is, I think, a climate of fear in the city. And I think, it's not an over-exaggeration to say that people are frightened of the unemployment or their employment prospects and stalking unemployment coming towards them. They're frightened to invest, they're frightened about taking on mortgages or financial commitments, and they're frightened about the runaway budgets of public authorities like Derby City Council, who seemingly do not have the will to keep in check finances and budgets and so help them through these difficult times. It may well be that as times improve, and we'll look forward to the time when that is happening, that we'll be able to look at these council budgets again and, where appropriate, expand them and realign them and so on and so forth. But in the current economic climate, what we do have to do is to stand behind electors in this city and say, look, we understand and we know and we share the pain that you're suffering, we share the worry that you're experiencing about lack of income and your job prospects, and we're not going to add to those very sincere and heavily laden worries by giving you a huge council tax increase. It matters not that this might be the lowest council tax-based authority in the country. What matters is what people have got to pay out following the decisions of this council this evening. And that's why we're not going anywhere near a budgetary increase of any more than 2.5%. My instinct, and if the Conservatives were in control of this council, my personal instinct would be that we would have no increase in council tax this year, and I think that we could deliver that. Councillor Jennings says that future Conservative administration would deliver 2.5% consistently, and I think we can certainly do that. And that would be the flavour of a future Conservative administration of this city if that's what the people choose. At the maximum, it will be 2.5% council tax increases, but at the minimum, it would be zero. And I think that that's what we need to be looking at in the future. So this amendment, Madam Mayor, is sensible and balanced. It will not harm services to the public that the public and the vulnerable members of the public and the elderly particularly rely on. It will deliver a 2.5% council tax increase, which I think is the most that we can expect people to reasonably afford in the current economic climate, and I commend it to Council.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak at this time, Councillor Jennings, who you're seconding?
No, I reserve my right to speak, Madam Mayor.
Fine, thank you. Councillor Jones, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment is predicated on 2.5%, and we've heard from the Conservatives that that's what they want. They're in line with their national policy there. We haven't got to forget that if you take 2.5% out of the budget now, you are changing the base budget, and in spite of his protestations about not not damaging services down the line, rest assured that this will have an effect. Therefore, this group cannot support 2.5%. We've costed everything at 4.25. We've spent months and months and months debating that in Cabinet and with officers, and 2.5% is ridiculous. Therefore, we will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, I'm delighted that the Conservatives have seen fit, after making a lot of noises in 2006, 2007, 2008, have come up with an alternative budget, albeit on the back of a cigarette packet. Quite honestly, I'm absolutely appalled at the way that they put this budget forward tonight.
Madam
because
Mayor,
they...
on a point of personal explanation, I have not come up with an alternative budget. Councillor Harwood is wrong, so he must retract that statement. What I've done is come up with a series of amendments to the budget before us. I have not presented to this council an alternative budget.
Yeah, that is correct, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be corrected, but I'll still come up with the point that the one thing that has been failed to have been said tonight is the fact that they're...
Councillor Harwood, can you acknowledge, please, that that was an amendment?
Yes, I will move that. I apologise for the fact that I called it an alternative budget, and it is amendments to the budget. However, his alternatives to, with his amendments, failed to point out that his amendments will mean the very thing that he's talked about people fairing their jobs. Because, as I see it, the amendments he is calling for, particularly the 1% decrease on salaries, will mean of job cuts. And I think a figure has been given in the Derby Evening Telegraph and mooted elsewhere that his proposals, or their proposals, will mean over 120 people being made redundant. This is just, as far as I'm concerned, not acceptable, and I would not support anything of that nature. And at the end of the day, I agree with a former Prime Minister. This alternative, these amendments, will just mean the words boom and bust will again be in the main, but this time in Derby. And I just don't support these amendments at all. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did notice that when Councillor Jennings started his speech earlier on, he was talking about the failures of Labour in the economy and blaming us socialists. We are, you know, we're socialists, you see. And perhaps what you really ought to do, brother, is look in the mirror, because the failure of the economic system is worldwide, and it's you lot. It's the capitalists who brought the world down, not me. You know, the bankers with the big bonuses. I did say bankers. Look, you lot with your big bonuses, lining your capitalist pockets with the people's cash, and having the temerity to take money into your monetary systems from the taxpayer, and then saying, oh, well, really, we do support the taxpayer. You're taking more money into your systems than ever this Labour-controlled City Council has ever taken. And we have some pride, I might add, in saying that we have within... Am I not interrupting you, chaps, am I? You just carry on. The Mayor will stop you if you're annoying her, but be okay. But you have to see that we do. And, you know, it said we've got the lowest council tax base in the country, and we have. And it's been because of the prudent management over many years by Labour-led authorities here in this city. And admittedly, we did have a bit of support from the Conservative group last year, and we did enjoy it. And the reason that the Liberal Democrats are now saying that they can effectively look forward to excellent results from the Audit Commission is because the budget we set was a sound and principled budget that they have only had to sit back and deliver. And the real changes that they've made, which they tell me are the ones that are saving this council an inordinately large amount of money, are things like sharing offices and only having 7 cabinet members. Now, you can watch the performance of the cabinet and realise, to be quite frank, they're overstretched. They do have more work than they can competently manage. But I don't believe that they reduced it to 7 people because they thought that 10 was too many. I think they struggled to find 7 people who could do the job partially. And I'm not going to give any of them credit for doing the whole job, with one exception, and I'm not going to mention his name because they know Mike Carr's a friend of mine. So I'm avoiding that. But we really, quite frankly, could not possibly support the amendment that's put forward by the Conservatives. There are things in it which we should examine extremely carefully, and then, having carefully examined them, we should reject them. And I think if we look at them, they start off with a reduction of 1% from total salary costs. They know very well, and it's had general support from all sides of the House, that this authority right now is already freezing posts, and everything that has to be filled has to go to a committee to see whether it can sensibly be filled. I do not wish to see, and I wouldn't have any truck with it, of just saying a 1% blanket chop is what we need to do. We have various ways of dealing with costs, and effectively we can do better than that. I don't want to see reductions from public realm. It's extremely important that what we have in this city is good public realm. The one thing that I can say, that whilst we have been in control, the improvements in public realm have been substantial and really require to be sustained. And I am not going to go on anymore because I've got 23 seconds, time I stopped, but I am opposed to this amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And whilst I can have some sympathy with the general thrust of Councillor Hickson's amendment, as Councillor Roberts has already outlined, we couldn't support it because it really is a step too far. As I said in my response to Councillor Jones, it's important, I think, for this authority to be using this time now to invest in the local economy and to support our residents who live in the city. And I won't repeat everything I said in response to Councillor Jones, but I think the point, I hope, was well made, or at least was clearly made, and people could be hopefully in no doubt about the thrust of what I was generally trying to say. But I do want to correct one or two, I think, misapprehensions from the Conservative side, because in response to our proposals for the city, there was a suggestion from Councillor Jennings that we're proposing to take half of the council's reserves. That's not in fact the case. The total amount of reserves in the city is perhaps not listening at the moment. It is an important point and it's aimed at Councillor Jennings. The total reserves in the city, allocated and unallocated, are in the order of, I think, £25 million. And what we're proposing to do is to use some of those reserves in the first year of this 3-year budget cycle. And this is a 3-year budget that we're setting. We're setting the council tax for 1 year, but we're setting the strategy for 3 years. And you'll note in Labour's alternative budget, if and when we get to that on the agenda this evening, Madam Mayor, that some of the proposals that we've put forward are contained in years 2 and in years 3. And some of them are predicated on us achieving the necessary efficiency savings before we would proceed with them. But it isn't true to say that we're using the level of reserves that Councillor Jennings has referred to. We're using actually a relatively small proportion of overall reserves. And the other important point, I think, that members need to understand is that our proposals would see all of the reserves that we would use in the first instance repaid at the end of that 3-year budget cycle. This is very much a firefighting situation that we are engaged with now. And I think all sides of the chamber this evening acknowledge the fact that we are living in very difficult times and we do need pretty radical solutions to it. I think the Conservative proposal doesn't go, goes in the wrong direction. I think it's right that we should try to protect council taxpayers by limiting the increase in the council tax. I think a 2.5% increase, however, is a step too far. I think it's important just to think through what is the difference between what we're proposing, what the Conservatives are proposing, and in the end, what the Lib Dems are proposing, actually. Whilst I think it's important that we do try and keep council tax increases as low as we can, the actual amount that people will be paying, the overwhelming majority of people in this city would be paying, is around 60 pence extra per week. Now, I know that for some people is difficult, but the benefits that would flow to the people in this city by ensuring that we can, release the resources that little bit of extra council tax would enable us to provide additional training places, would enable us to kick the mortgage scheme into action, the business loan facility, the bus service down to the new city hospital. I won't spoil my speech and I'll get pulled up by Councillor Jennings, no doubt, if I talk too much about Labour's alternative budget, Madam Mayor. But I think it's clear that we shouldn't, as a council, go with the Conservative amendment, whilst I think the Labour group, as I've already said, can have some sympathy with the general direction about protecting council taxpayers. It is a step too far because it would preclude us from doing some of these other important investments that we need to make in order to ensure that we can protect and indeed create additional jobs and protect and improve council services. That, it seems to me, at a time of recession, is absolutely essential. And so a 2.5% would be a step too far, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Madam Mayor and colleagues, it's not a weasel words so much as a weasel number. Line A in this proposed amendment, a reduction of 1% from total salary costs. It's the people. It's get the people, the jobs that implies underneath. And without the people in this council and who work for this council, in some cases every day of the week, we would not be able to provide the services that are so important to the people of Derby. And it seems ironic to me that we introduced vacancy control earlier this year, and it was the Conservatives who called in that decision and said we shouldn't be doing it, and I'm afraid didn't even have the courtesy to turn up to the Open Scrutiny meeting to speak on the issue. And now they're saying we should stop the vacancy control, which was a measured and managed way of dealing with the pressures, and now they're looking for a blanket and instant change in our staffing. And that could be devastating to the services we provide. That's not to say that reductions in salary costs couldn't be achieved, but this degree, in the timescale this implies, would be cruel, not just to the staff within the City Council itself, but to the services that people of Derby expect us to have from us. And, Madam Mayor, I'd also just like to comment on the Councillor Roberts' comment that last year's budget was sound and principled. And in general, it was, but that didn't mean that it was without problems in managing it. And it's probably a compliment to the Cabinet, perhaps I shouldn't say it myself, and to the officers whom we inherited from Labour, that it has run so smoothly. Because within that challenging budget, there was the cut to the public loos. There was no capacity for waste management to expand. There were closures to play areas. There was a highways maintenance contract that was struggling. The buildings repairs were not dealt with. And it isn't just what we have from the council. It's inherited in that budget. It's also the Labour government which has been challenged. We've already heard mention of the £6 million from the Labour government as assessed that we in Derby need and we haven't got. and the £2 million we're short on the concessionary fares, and the lack of flexibility so that we're having to fund another £1 million of Cathedral Green. However, luckily, we haven't got to push ourselves to the utmost. We can vote out this amendment, and we can vote out this amendment, and we can actually maintain some optimism for the future by having the flexibility to provide the services that the people of Derby need. And if we go forward on a measured basis, rather than thinking that cheapest is always best, we can provide the services that people in Derby deserve.
Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if Councillor Kerr's looking to the future, and when she said this budget should be voted down, she may get a wish in a little while, maybe. But focusing on the amendment from the Conservatives, I want to endorse and support everything said by my Labour colleagues. But one thing, I do have to commend that these amendments are simple and sort of clear. However, sometimes they say the devil's in the detail, but in this situation, the devil's in the simplicity. And I want to point out the issue about the 1% salary costs. Now, that, in a sense, looks very simple and logical, but there is one complexity that I don't think the Conservatives probably thought through effectively. At least I hope they didn't, because if they did, they would be saying that the 1% across the board to all staff on the City Council's payroll will have a disproportionate impact on those at the lowest paid of our employees. It may be chief officers and higher paid staff within the organisation, whilst finding that reduction in funds difficult, or not difficult, but a sort of a reduction. The vast majority of City Council employees are on low incomes and low salaries and pay. That 1% will make a massive difference, disproportionate to their means. And we've already talked about the need and the impact of fuel poverty and other swinging negative impacts of finance. And here is a proposal about saying a 1% across the board salary cut, and that it doesn't actually look at the different impact and consequences for the vast majority of our employees. And for that one reason, in addition to the reasons already indicated by my colleagues on the Labour Group, I would oppose this amendment, or set of amendments.
Councillor Jennings, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we've heard a lot of wishy-washy comments, as usual, from the Lib Dems, and only to be expected comments from the Labour Group. I applaud the Labour Group for supporting their workers. That's what they have to do. That's what they're there for. However, what we're all here for is to recognise that we are in harsh economic times, and that harsh decisions have to be made. We have to live within our means as a council. We cannot spend money we haven't got. Maintaining 99% of the workforce in this current climate is to be applauded, I would have thought. Councils across the nation are starting to tighten their belts, are reducing their workforces. 70% of councils in this country have had to reduce their workforce. Councils all around us in the Midlands are reducing their workforce. What we are saying as a council then is, oh, it doesn't matter. We're not really struggling in this economy. We'll just keep everybody on. We'll spend money we haven't got, and we'll give everybody a decent tax rise yet again. Well, if that's the way you go, if that's how you want to represent your residents, if that's what you think they want, then you vote our amendments down. But I know, having looked at the Telegraph today, especially at the comments on the excellently written piece by our Telegraph political reporter Kirsty Green, that the comments on it reflect the local populations. Look at her, she's blushing now. She's blushing. I've got her to blush.
Well done, Kirsty.
The comments on the opinions page actually reflect the local opinion of the people of Derby. And all of those comments slam the Lib Dem and Labour proposals, and they actually applaud the Conservative proposals. People are not too worried. 1%, we're not saying, by the way, Councillor Dinser, to address one of your points, we're not saying that the 1% reduction in the workforce is overnight. It's not a 1% reduction in the wage bill, it's a 1% reduction in the workforce. No, sorry. You got it the wrong way round. Yeah. It's a 1% reduction in the salary bill. And the proposal that we put to the Lib Dems when we discussed this with them wasn't an overnight, let's get rid of 1% of the wage bill. It was a structured, balanced approach to how we could do a top-down management review right from top to bottom, identify the posts that could go, minimise the amount of posts that had to go to achieve the 1.31 million that we needed to achieve to balance the budget. So there is not a 120 post proposal for disposal. The amount of posts that would have to go will probably go on natural wastage, on vacant posts that already exist, and on identifying those posts that do need to go. Are we saying that as a council we can't make these hard decisions in these hard times? Because if we are, then there is no leadership and there is no direction. We don't change, no, because we will always propose sensible budgets. Next year, I can tell you next year that if we're elected and we are in control and the Labour government is gone and the Conservatives are in control, next year we will have a 0% council tax increase because we will deliver that. That is our pledge to the residents of Derby. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can we settle down a bit, please? I know we've been sitting for a while, but there's a lot of moving about. Sorry, Ray, there is a lot of moving about. Councillor Hussain, please. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have to say, neither the Lib Dem budget proposals nor the Tory amendments actually make any sense. I would say one thing about the original proposal. It was written as if they don't know what is happening with the outside world. This proposal is no different to the proposal in many ways that we put forward when the economic climate was relatively much calmer and less in trouble. Now, you look through the Lib Dem proposals now, there is nothing different. It doesn't recognise the issues which are faced out there by people of this city. It doesn't really address or doesn't provide any redress to the economic difficulties that people are faced with, the job opportunities which are not coming people's way. There is no recognition that there is a credit crunch out there and people are finding it extremely difficult to raise any money for any investment or to spend on essential things. It doesn't address any of that. The difficulty with the Tory proposal is, I think collectively, they probably haven't heard of an economist called Keynes, who advocated that in times of trouble, we collectively come together and spend more to provide a stimulus to the economy so people can retain their jobs where possible by the public sector. And the expansion, that's the only way you can do it sometimes. Actually, if you wanted to cut down on public expenditure, maybe the time to look at that is when the economy out there is flourishing and opportunities are there for people to take up jobs outside the public sector. This is not the time for us to advocate making around 120 people redundant. That's disastrous. And that is actually, it does evidence that people who've written this haven't actually had any contact with reality in terms of the economics and how they work. So I will reject both the original proposal and all these amendments because I don't think they're appropriate.
Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment, please? Nope. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against, please. Right, the amendment is lost. So back to the substantive motion, and I have down Councillor Repton wished to speak on the substantive motion. Councillor Repton.
The point that I wanted to make, Madam Mayor, was with regard to Hilary Jones' comments in delivering her budget address, when she stated quite clearly that there had been thorough consultation with the people of Derby about their budget proposals. Sadly, I have to say that I believe that the leader has lied to the people of Derby. There has not been the thorough consultation she claims. Let me just give you an example. Their proposal to end the school bus services for the city's school children. This is one of the examples where consultation simply has not taken place, and it especially affects those attending the faith schools in the area. Not only is this despicable and mean, but it demonstrates quite clearly the complete absence of consultation. The head of St Benedict's, the children and their families attending this school, and myself as local councillor, were not consulted. At the 11th hour, this shabby, ill-thought-out proposal was brought to the Planning and Transport Commission a couple of weeks ago, where opposition was expressed, together with surprise and anger, at the abject lack of proper consultation, and comments were made about the adverse effects on local and vulnerable children, as well as the road safety issues in and around the Duffield Road area. Here we have the Liberal leader and a Transport Cabinet member, Lucy Kerr, instigating an unpopular bus lane on the people of Darley Ward, whilst at the same time threatening to remove the buses from that said bus lane that they pushed through. These are half-baked proposals from a half-baked party. And certainly Hilary Jones has said that we're still listening. Well, if she's listening, then they need to scrap this ill-thought-out proposal. And as you will hear later in the debate either tonight or on Thursday, if we're not finished by 10 o'clock, the leader will outline many proposals to address and unpick the many problems that the Liberals will cause the people in this city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to raise a few points. One, in his speech, Councillor Williamson seemed to assume that £50,000 is trivial money. Well, some of the residents of my area on Bretton Avenue, that £50,000 would remove all their storage heaters and give them proper central heating systems. So I don't regard the £50,000 we've saved as trivial. He also mentioned the use of successful local companies and innovation. Well, his government, if I may indulge myself for a moment, Madam Mayor, one of the happiest times of my life was the 5 years I spent as an apprentice at the Carriage and Wagon Works, now Bombardier. The government he supports has just given £250 billion of their work to a Japanese company, something in which I am still extremely annoyed about, and that would have provided a lot of apprentices and a much bigger injection of money to this economy. He also mentioned innovative products. Well, we've heard that phrase before from the bankers that Gordon Brown has supported for a long time. One of those innovative products was Lord Minor's decision to double Fred the Shred's pension pot. However, we'll skip over that. Leadership. He talked about leadership. Well, there's a play I remember where somebody talks about losing one is something other than carelessness. Well, he's managed to lose 3 under his leadership. That sounds to me like extreme carelessness. I also heard Councillor Jennings talking about Lib Dem councils. Well, they are increasing across the country. And if I could point out that 5 Tories have recently defected in Portsmouth to the Lib Dems, thus giving them a majority now on the council rather than being, like us, a minority administration, perhaps he'd like to comment on that. Also, that Coventry, which is a Tory-run council, has just delivered a 3.5% increase in council tax. 3.8, sorry, I underestimated their ability to rip off their taxpayers. I was going to get upset about my friend Dave Roberts referring to me as incompetent, but he did neatly sidestep that one right at the very end, so I'll forgive him that one. Finally, I'm not really sure that I can as the person responsible for HR on this, in my portfolio, that I can agree with Councillor Jennings boasting about the number of people he'd like to sack. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hickson.
We're in danger of going round in circles with this debate. I mean, clearly, as the Liberal Democrat budget currently stands, it looks like neither of the two opposition parties are going to support it, so that would be lost. It looks as though if we ever got as far as the Labour motion, that's unlikely to be supported. I wonder whether a reasonable way forward at this stage, before we go into any further debates, would be to move that the debate on this motion be adjourned and the meeting itself be adjourned, perhaps for up to 1 hour, to establish whether or not the three groups can reach an agreement on a compromise amendment to this motion, which could then be carried. If one of the other groups will be minded to do that, then I think we could facilitate those discussions and perhaps see, in the interests of the taxpayers, rather than arguing incessantly and endlessly about where we are, whether we could come forward with another amendment that might satisfy, it might not satisfy completely what we want, but it might go some way to enabling us to reach a sensible decision on the budget. I'll pass that to you, Madam Mayor, for consideration.
Can I have it seconded, please? How many seconding it? The whole chamber? Councillor Jones.
Madam Mayor, it's quite clear that at the moment, as we stand in this chamber, or I should say as we sit, we do not have agreement, and I think it's very sensible to adjourn and try and reach that agreement this evening for the sake of everybody in this city. So I would be prepared to suggest to my group they would support that adjournment.
Does anybody else want to speak before we take a vote on this? No? All those in favour of adjourning this meeting? That's carried. We're going to adjourn the meeting then for up to 1 hour. Right. Can you just hold on a second, please? I'm taking advice. Would you mind, please? It won't be a second. Thank you. Yes. Could the group leaders please go to the leader's office, therefore? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just before we do adjourn, would it be appropriate to adjourn until Thursday rather than for an hour?
We've just actually we have voted on this and it was carried. So sorry.
Madam Mayor, before we do leave the chamber, is there any indication of what the process for this so-called consultation or whatever you call it is? I mean, is it proposed that somebody's got some proposals to put to the three leaders and bring back? Because I don't think that this chamber has given authority to any of the leaders to come back with a proposal for a budget without discussions with their individual groups. And we all must have some process.
Absolutely.
I've just agreed with the Mayor that the procedure that she feels we should adopt would be to invite the three group leaders together to see, and deputy leaders if that's the wish, to see if agreement can be reached on a compromise, on an amendment that could be moved to this meeting. If such an agreement can be made at the leader, deputy leader level, it's inevitable that those leaders and deputy leaders would have to report back to their groups before then coming back here to confirm whether that, if indeed an amendment has been agreed, could actually be workable. Meeting room 5 might be a better prospect.
The meeting stands adjourned then for one.
So I think everybody stands by.
Madam Mayor, we're not allowed to leave the chamber. We're not allowed to leave the chamber until either you stand and allow us to, or remove yourself from the chamber.
Babs, please stand up.
Good evening, folks.
Hello. Yes.
You say you're on the screen.
Oh, yes, you do, yes.
It's a sellout.
Yes, capitulation. Race. Yes, you're right, comrade, yeah. But the curtains haven't opened yet, have they?
Curtains don't have to open. You're on air.
Ladies and gentlemen, have your attention, please. I understand we have an amendment, Mr. Foote, is that correct?
That's right.
Councillor Hickson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the time in being able to discuss what we've needed to discuss to try and bring some order to the budgetary process. I do have an amendment. Have copies been circulated? We've got these around the chamber. The purpose of this amendment is to reduce the budget requirement to £198 million plus the rest of the figures there on the amendment paper. I mean, it's clear that the political situation in the council is such that no one group can deliver its budget, and compromises and accommodations have to be made. And we were clear at the outset that our preference was for a 2.5 budget increase, but that amendment was defeated by Council, so we needed to see whether we could get to an amendment that could at least command a majority of votes that was deliverable. The amendment before you now, whilst not ideal from our point of view, does, I think, give us that consensus for a majority of members. And the figures, as outlined in the amendment, will deliver a budget increase of 3.25%. Not as low, I say, as the budget that we would have liked to have delivered, and not one, certainly, that we would have delivered in control of the Council. But I think it was Churchill that said, politics is the art of the possible. And that's the game that we're in. We have to reach an accommodation at least with one of the groups to be able to deliver an amendment that's acceptable and that will deliver a budget for this council. I'm mindful of the fact that the public are looking to us to take a lead in reaching a reasonable council tax increase, and they don't want to see us squabbling about the semantics. I think the bottom line is what the public are looking for. How much extra are they going to have to pay week on week, month on month, as an increase in their council tax? And we've approached this from the position of driving it as low as we possibly can, accepting that we can't do that alone and that we've got to persuade and encourage other members to that point of view as well. So we've been able to do that. We now have this amendment before us, which, in addition to delivering a more modest degree of council tax, we've got down to what I think is a reasonable increase, 3.25%, which is reasonably in accord, I think, with other authorities who've, on the whole, managed an average of about 3%, but mindful of the fact that Derby's already got a low base, and it builds in the things that I talked about in the earlier amendment, the retention, while we review them, of the Derby City Transport Services, certainly the retention of the cash office for the time being, providing that additional £10,000 to each of the neighbourhood boards so that the neighbourhood boards can set priorities for those important footway repairs that, and other highways improvements that they want to see. So putting more power and more responsibility into the hands of the elected members, whilst at the same time building in the staff support needed to deliver that, so that it's not just an empty promise of being able to deliver that. We will have the staff support built in to do that. We haven't taken any money out of the reserves to reach this figure, and we've also been able to put a reasonable sum into service reserves so that the council's reserves remain in a healthy condition, because we need to be mindful as well of the fact that the economic downturn isn't finished yet. Other things are going to happen during the year, and we have to be mindful that this council has to be prudent and well prepared should any emergencies or any unforeseen things happen. I think we've got a good record of doing that, and that's why the Conservative group certainly had an anxiety about using the reserves just to get to a low council tax figure. So, in conclusion, Madam Mayor, we have got this amendment. It delivers 3.25% for this city and builds in the service improvements that I've talked about, and I commend it to Council.
Is this seconded, please? Is this seconded, please? Okay. Seconded. Thank you. Right. Would anybody like to speak on the amendment, please? Councillor Jones. Councillor Kerr.
I'm sorry, I'm failing on the microphone today. This is clearly a compromise. It's not where we wish to be. And I think our biggest concern is the way in which we would deliver the reduction in the salary cost to the council and the implications for that. However, we have had some initial discussions on that, and I think it's likely to be more manageable than we might have feared. But we'll have to see that, and I think we can maintain some flexibility within that, but it's certainly an uncomfortable area. Again, it's going to be difficult to deal with the reductions in the public realm. The LABGI funding is newly into the system, and I'm not sure that from the comments from the business sector last time, we're going to have to look very carefully at the way we spend the rest of that money, because I know they weren't happy with the way it was distributed last year. Personally, I'm pleased with the additional funds coming in to support Derby Community Transport, because I know that was being a very difficult issue within my portfolio. However, it doesn't change the fact that those services, some of those services are very poor value for money, and we'll be continuing to look at how they operate, though we'll be very much targeting the least efficient parts of the service. I know very well that there are a lot of people who appreciate the dial-a-bus service, not just for its transport, but also for its social reasons. And that is something which we're discussing with the adult care departments as well. The biggest challenge here within my portfolio, again, is going to be delivering meaningful projects to be delivered to neighbourhood boards. And I think this is something we're going to have to look at very carefully as to how we can not introduce more frustration to the neighbourhoods in being able to deliver that. The additional staffing is going to help, clearly, but we've got to get somebody in post to deliver that before we can actually use it. So there will need to be patience, I hope, please, colleagues, on being able to look at that as a promise, but not to be delivered immediately. So we have some major reservations about this. The idea of driving down council tax as low as possible brings us problems year on year. I don't have the confidence that the economic downturn is going to be rapidly into an economic upturn. I think we're going to be here for the long run. And the need to maintain flexibility is going to be harder and harder the tighter our budget is. So I have my reservations, but I do think it's very important that the Council has a budget, and therefore, as a group, we have agreed this level of council tax increase.
Councillor Williamson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I have to say this is a very, very sad day for Derby. What we've seen here is a squalid little deal that's been stitched together behind closed doors by the Liberal Democrats and the Tories. I don't blame the Tories. We know where the Tories are coming from. They want to make cuts in public spending. They don't support the ethos of public services. Indeed, Councillor Jennings doesn't believe that we should be attempting in any way, shape or form to spend our way out of this recession that is affecting the people of this city. And many more people, as a result, a direct result of this squalid decision tonight, are going to lose their job. Many more people, as a direct consequence of this decision, are going to go out of business. Many people will lose their homes as a direct consequence of this dreadful decision tonight. And what really, it doesn't surprise me, but it kind of sickens me, to be honest with you, Madam Mayor, is the utter weakness of the Liberal Democrat leadership and the contempt in which they're held by the Conservative Party, and they can't see it. They've been played tonight. They're like sheep. You're weak, weak, weak. You've got Councillor Hickson over there, a very effective shepherd. You've got his sheepdog, Councillor Jennings, nipping at the heels of the Lib Dem sheep over here, who really haven't got the wit to understand the gravity of what they're doing. They're so desperate on you. Smiling there, smiling. See you shaking your head. You're so desperate, aren't you, to cling to power. But power for what purpose? It's power for no purpose whatsoever. Because you're selling the people of this city quite clearly down the river. There's no doubt about that. And there's also, Madam Mayor, a fundamental misunderstanding of council budgets by the sheepdog himself. He doesn't understand about reserves, about Lagby, about a 3-year budget cycle, about the fact that in reality there wasn't a huge difference between what we were saying in relation to reserves and what the Tories are saying. What we're saying is we want to support the people of this city. We want to invest in the people of this city. We want to help the people of this city get through this recession. And what we're seeing, true to form, and we know where the Tories are coming from. We said they don't change, or Councillor Jennings said they don't change. Gone is the compassionate conservatism. We're back to the days of Thatcher. We're back to the days of the 1930s. I can see them cheering. Back to the days of the 1930s when successive Tory governments made the fundamental error of not spending their way out of the recession. The fundamental error of making ordinary working class communities pay the price of the recession, pay the price of the mistakes of the bankers. And that's what they're saying today at a local level. In the 1930s, they ignored what they were doing in America. Franklin D. Roosevelt, with his New Deal, he spent his way out of a recession, and America emerged as the most powerful economic nation on earth. Whereas we came out of that ill-prepared to fight a war with Germany. And you are ignoring, in a similar fashion, the excellent example given by Barack Obama. But Councillor Hickson, and I've got not much time left, Madam Mayor, said it's a matter of semantics. It's a matter of semantics that people are forced to pay swinging home care charges. Tell that to the elderly people that are having to cancel the service. It's a matter of semantics that people are going to continue to pay quadrupled prices for daycare. It's a matter of semantics that people won't be able to get a direct bus service to the city hospital as a direct result of this. It's a matter of semantics that hard-pressed families will have to pay through the nose for the school meals. It's a matter of semantics that we won't see the investment in our highways. And it's a matter of semantics for all the other important improvements that we were going to make to council services, all for a few pence. It really is a missed opportunity, and frankly, we say this often, but you lot, you really are a joke. I mean the Liberal Democrats.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much of what is in this amendment, in terms of the words, I think we could agree with. The citizens of this city are looking for us to come up with some sort of a compromise. It's not good for us to be seen to be squabbling here, especially since we're only arguing about 0.25% here or there. Councillor Kerr, we would have preferred a little bit more, and I think Councillor Kerr is probably a little bit more pessimistic than I am. We can manage these proposals. Yes, they're not what we would have desired, but we have got a compromise that I think we can go forward with. And in fact, if you look at the political situation we've got in this city, I think compromise is what the current constituency of this council represents. And finally, in response to what Councillor Williamson's just remarks about semantics, can I point out that the Labour Group's proposals contain £3.9 million in cuts in services over the 3 years, and that means staffing.
Right, thank you. Does anybody... Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to put some of what Councillor Williamson says. I need to put him straight and give him a history lesson in fact. Fact. In October 07, all the parties on this council agreed at a scrutiny meeting that it would be better to bring in charging for home care rather than to cut services to needy and vulnerable people. And that would have meant The alternative to charging would have meant that everybody who was classed as a moderate service user with moderate levels of need would lose their service. And with this mandate to actually go away and devise a system of charging, Councillor Fareed Hussein, my predecessor in the cabinet post that I now hold, went away and got on with devising a charging system. By March 2008, these proposals were ready to go out to consultation, and they were put into the budget, but they were held back by Councillor Hussein. I understand because, of course, there was local elections in May. So, a few days after I became the cabinet member, the proposals landed on my desk in the form of these same proposals going to the scrutiny committee that Councillor Hussein now chairs. The system that we've just implemented is all about sharing out the limited public subsidy according to people's financial means. Now, this means that everybody receives between approximately 1/3 and 100% subsidy for the services that they use. And if you look at the alternative, which is cutting services to those in the moderate needs category and expecting those people to pay the full price for their services in the private sector, regardless of their ability to pay, then it is clear which one is more fair. Give everyone some subsidy, but give more subsidy to those who are the least well off. And I don't understand why Councillor Hussein and Councillor Williamson and their party believe that chopping services to people in the moderate needs band is better than having a charging system and distributing the subsidy fairly, because there'll be people in that moderate band who are on income support and other benefits such as pension credit, who would have to pay the full market rate, and we're talking at least, £12–14 an hour in some cases, or even more, rather than the £8 an hour, the subsidised rate that they pay at the moment. So I just cannot accept what Councillor Williamson was saying. He's also saying that day centre charges have quadrupled. Well, they used to be £3 for a day centre charge, and they're now £6. There is also a charge for meals and one for transport, but those charges have actually doubled, not quadrupled. So Councillor Williamson's mathematics are very dodgy, as we found out from what Councillor Carr has just told us. I think really that he also mentioned as well about getting rid of spare places in care homes, and I presume by that he meant that he wants to bring back the proposal of flogging off Bramblebrook and knocking the place down and just selling it off to housing developers. Well, that's not going to happen how he wants it to happen, and just use the money to plug holes in their budget. It would be wrong to do that, and to take the money out of the service that would be benefiting older people. It should stay benefiting older people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important to recognise that we do have to have a balanced budget, and that does require compromises. And that is always not the perfect solution, because they can be done in a hurry and they can be done in a rush, and sort of whatever you come out will have consequences one way or the other. The one thing, though, we must not forget that both in this chamber previously, the Conservatives disagreed totally with the ambitions of the Liberal Democrats, but more importantly, the Liberal Democrats and the Chief Officer's report clearly indicated that it would be Armageddon if we ended up with a reduced budget lower than 4.25%. And the reality is 3.25% was not the Armageddon of the Conservatives, 2.5%, but it certainly is worse than where the Liberal Democrats were. And the Liberal Democrats, as Councillor Williamson identified, have been bounced, have been exposed, have been shown to not have the foresight to consider the strategic options previously, And then in this chamber today, in effect, they've been led by the nose, as Councillor Jennings identified earlier. That shows the paucity of their leadership and the consequences of it. Now, we have to accept politics is a game of compromise, and we have to have balanced budgets. So in that sense, whatever the compromise, we do need to have a council which can balance its budgets and provide services. That said, it does mean that many of the positive things that was in the Labour budget are going to make a massive impact and a negative impact on those areas, those deprived areas in the neighbourhoods and districts, which are clearly outlined in the Labour group budget proposals. Those have been ignored, sidelined, and put to one side for a compromise which has been hurriedly agreed, and where I don't think the Liberal Democrats, who one minute say they cannot live with anything lower than 4.25%, as suggested by the chief officers, and now are sort of defending, well, not even defending, let me sort of correct myself. Hearing Councillor Skelton speaking about doubling, not quadrupling, charges for lunches. She's standing here boasting that they've doubled it. I think all the old age pensioners who are going to pay the double charges, or I think they're still quadruple, my understanding is they're going to go up from 3 to 12. But even if it's doubled, she stands here boasting about that. That's her defence for the decisions they're making, not anything else. She also stands here and says having home care charges is the defence of their budget. That again will not play too well to those deprived people who it's going to have an impact on. These are the sort of defences which are people who've got their head stuck in the ground, in the sand, because that's all they can come up with, has a positive endorsement of the compromise they have made with the Conservative group. At least the Conservative group clearly understand where they want to get to. We don't like it, we disagree with it, but at least they know where they were trying to get to. The Liberal Democrats, exemplified by Councillor Kerr earlier on in her contribution to the budget debate, talked about yes, no, I don't know. That is the sum total of their view and their strategy, and they've just demonstrated that in the way they've actually turned over on the strategic and sort of suggestions of the Conservative group. So I put my hands up to the Conservatives for achieving closer to where they should be, but the Liberal Democrats do not have any understanding of where they started from and where they have just finished. Because they, earlier on, at least 2 or 3 members sitting here, Councillor Harwood, one of them, stood and said reductions in staffing is unacceptable. He has now voted, well, he's supporting reducing staffing cuts. That is a quick turnaround, Councillor Harwood. That's a quick turnaround, the Liberal Democrat group, and that is something that we need to look at. So I think politics is politics, but some of the things that have been said now are duplicitous, and the Liberal Democrats are not fit for leadership.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Madam Mayor, there is one salient point which I'd like this Council to consider. And I'm glad actually at least Councillor Skeleton has made a bit of an effort to at least have a say, because normally she sits there without saying a word on any issue. Just consider this. Last year, we had no charges for home care services in place in this Council. And there was a 12% increase in social care budget. Without the additional income from the charges, there was a 12% increase in social care money. This year, we have got additional £2 million anticipated income coming through to the Council from these hefty charges. The social care budget has been actually reduced by 24,000 in total. Just answer this one. If you are saying you've been raising this money to plough into the service, to invest in additional services, why have you reduced social care budget by 24,000. Just answer that one for me. I think you've levied these charges under false pretenses. You've said to people, we will improve this, we will improve that, we'll put more money into this service, we'll put more money into that, and yet the net result is you've taken money out of social care budget, and we were spending more, even without this income, than you currently are intending to do for this year. Let me also remind you, I acknowledge that the Labour group was forced into a situation by the Tories and your group, and the council mandated us to go away and think about introducing some sort of system to bring additional charges. So the officers produced some proposals, but they were never discussed by the Labour group. They were never okayed by the Labour group. And I can tell you another thing, there is no way their proposal would have been implemented by this Labour group. Well, I'm telling you how it is. I think it's shameful that you made vulnerable people to pay through the nose, but the money is being spent elsewhere. Your base budget has been reduced from 54 million to 52 million. Just give me an explanation. What you got coming through in income has been taken away from your base budget. Just answer that if you get a chance. How you've allowed that to happen, and this has happened under your leadership of the social care budget. In terms of the wider issues, I was saying earlier, the worst thing that you can do at a time of recession is actually throw your workers on the scrap heap. And that's what you are doing, because this proposal that you're intending to take around about 1.5 million out of the staffing budget is going to mainly consist of not recruiting and you scrapping some posts. And I think it's a shame on you to do that to people of Derby.
Clearly, we must set the budget tonight, and the reason we must do that is because I think that the public and businesses in the city need to have clarity about where we're going. So I'm going to make a proposal to you that we move that the vote be put. If you're not with me on that, then I would want to reserve my right then to move that the council meeting be extended beyond 10. If we need to do that, so that we can make sure the budget is set this evening. I think it's important because the public have been waiting for a long time for this. So one way or another, we have to reach a conclusion this evening.
Right, can I have your attention, please? I personally feel that we should hear the speakers, but if you want to put the motion that we extend the meeting, Councillor Hickson, then you may do that.
The first motion, Madam Mayor, is that the vote be put. So I think we need to consider that first. I think that motion has to be put before Council without debate, but I'll be guided by the Director of Corporate Services.
That motion can only be put to the Council if the Mayor thinks that the item has been sufficiently discussed. I think she has indicated that she doesn't feel the matter has been sufficiently discussed, and so therefore the Mayor invited you to move the second motion.
I appreciate that clarity then. In that case then, I will have to formally move that the meeting continues beyond 10 o'clock until such time as we can conclude the discussion on the budget. And I think we all need to do that. It's important that the electorate and the public generally have clarity about what we decide this evening. We mustn't let it drag on.
Is that acceptable to is that seconded first? You're seconding it. Thank you, Councillor. All those in favour? All those against? Right, the motion's carried. We'll continue. I think it was Councillor Roberts next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We shouldn't be confused about frank change to support Tory policy, Councillor Harwood, because, I mean, not long ago when he was one, so it's not something that we should be confused about. Can I just say that having only last week seen the dire consequences of what might happen if we adopted a Labour Party proposed budget of 3.9%, one that drew from the Chief Executive and the officers of the Council some form, I think, of limited condemnation. Very strange, and one of those that Councillor Hickson and Councillor Williamson were extremely concerned about. So it strikes me as rather odd that the Liberal Democrats should now take a full 1% cut in what they want to achieve or wanted to achieve. I sometimes worry about their ability to set a budget when clearly Councillor Skelton, and that's, I have to sort of tell Councillor Hussain it's Councillor Skelton, and I don't want to make any bones about that. But comes up with the most bizarre financial arguments that you might want to hear. She says, we didn't increase the prices by quadrupling them, we only doubled them, and then she said, but they have to pay for the meals and then they have to pay for the transport, which effectively means that the prices for the services is quadruple. But never mind that. Don't let the facts blind you from the bit of doggerel that she comes out with occasionally. It's entertainment, to say the least. We've heard that we need a legal and a balanced budget. And yes, we do. And this will be a legal and a balanced budget. But it's the bits of the proposals that we were putting forward that become unbalanced. The proposals that councillors have put forward to meet the needs of the people in their communities. Those people have said to all of us as councillors that they want particular services and they want particular things doing in their community, and this budget denies them the opportunity because, despite the fact that they say that we should all move forward together, what effectively has been achieved tonight is to deny this chamber the opportunity to discuss a budget proposal from the Labour Party which would have given a significant amount of community development that is not in the budget tonight. It's only recently that we saw and heard some of the magical mathematics of the social services within the council. The community grants, I don't know if you remember the fact that the £11,000 that one organisation got has been reduced to £4,000, effectively a reduction of £7,000. When Councillor Skelton was asked, she said, well, they can apply for more than one grant and they can do all sorts of things, but she wasn't effective and she wasn't precise in what these people should do. And this budget will cement that, because people will be losing out in the community left and right. And there is no doubt about that. What we've done here is just cynically watched, or at least we've watched the others cynically, say, whatever happens, we must retain the position that we've got. And to do that, I'm afraid that the Liberal Democrats sold out, very much so, to the Conservative Party's Thatcherite presentation. And you could see that it's a Thatcherite presentation because somebody mentioned the dreadful woman, and there was a huge burst of applause from there. And I thought, goodness me, there's still one or two of them about. But there you go. We can't... Well, I think that programme Margaret the other night rather showed her in a much better light than you lot believe she's in. And anyway, I really do think that this budget, although it will achieve for this city very little, except to say that we do have a budget to put forward, what it will do is show that the Conservatives at least have got their principles and the Liberals are quite prepared to sell out any of theirs.
Councillor Rawson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a poor excuse for a budget. The Lib Dem-Tory alliance seems to be alive and well. And I'm angry on behalf of the residents I represent in Derwent Ward, because they're now not going to be getting the support that they need to help them through these difficult economic times that we're now in. And I'm also angry on behalf of the council staff who now face losing their jobs. My constituents in Derwent aren't going to have the benefit of a council bank to help small businesses, protect existing jobs and create new jobs in Derby. There's going to be no increased opportunities for apprenticeships to help young people into work. There's not going to be a council mortgage scheme to help first-time buyers and those who are threatened by repossession. There's not going to be the reinstatement of free home care to help the older members of our community. And there's going to be no review of the daycare charges, which have been hiked up by the Lib Dems. There's going to be no reduction in the cost of school meals to help families who are feeling the pinch. The Lib Dems couldn't even be bothered to apply to the government for the funding that was available to do it. The funding for Derby Community Transport has been protected for a little while, but we've already heard Councillor Kerr describe that as poor value for money. So we can't expect that to last too long. There's going to be no additional money for highways improvements for residents in the Bredsall Hilltop area, Coniston Crescent, Retford Close, Wiltshire Road, Shropshire Avenue, and all the other areas in Derwent that are waiting for repairs to be made to their pavements. Clinton Street, Beaufort Street, the list goes on. The NEAT teams are going to be under threat, who contribute so much to improving the environment and keeping the city looking clean. The NEAT teams which were pioneered in Derwent Ward. And the Roe Farm Community Centre is not going to benefit from the investment that was contained in the Labour budget to provide a brand new facility for people in the Bredsall Hilltop and the Worcester Crescent area in Derwent. I've got a petition handed to me this evening signed by nearly 400 people who will be very disappointed to hear that the Tories and the Lib Dems have voted together to deny them the opportunity of that. The cash office as well, despite a lot of protestations from the Conservatives about keeping that open, well, it's going to be there for another year, but probably not much longer than that. All in all, a very poor deal for the residents who live in my ward and who I represent in Derwent.
Thank you. Councillor Higginbottom, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make 3 very short points. Councillor Kay, you're damn right it's uncomfortable times, especially for the 11,000 people who are going to be wondering whether it's their job or not that's going to go. This budget has done nothing for my residents either in Mackworth Ward. They're not going to get a refurbishment of Prince Charles Avenue shops. That was budgeted for in our alternative budget, as was saving, as was saving the Derby Community Transport service. I am pleased that the Conservative Party saw fit to keep that in and didn't sell out completely. I do want it to be noted, though, that these two parties were prepared to support the people who need the DCT services, and the ruling group weren't.
Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to congratulate the Chief Executive, Ray Cowlishaw. I think he's done a sterling job tonight. He saw an opportunity that was raised by the Conservative leader as an adjournment to have a discussion. And he's obviously steered the two parties on the other side of this chamber down to an agreement, which I actually I find is very difficult, because with Councillor Hickson's own words, he said he stormed out of a meeting because he couldn't get an agreement with the Liberal Democrats. Yet here he is this evening, going behind closed doors for, less than an hour, and coming up with figures that he's quite happy to go with. I am more concerned about the Liberal Democrats, because in Hilary Jones's original speech, she did say that political performance was not an essential part of setting the budget. I actually think political performance is an integral part of setting the budget. It's an integral part of actually running this council. The Scrutiny Management Commission, of which I chair, advised Hilary Jones several months ago to meet up with all the leaders of the parties and thrash out budget problems and come to some agreement. Now, obviously from tonight's meeting we can see quite clearly that she failed to do that. That is political performance. In my view, she's abandoned leadership. She's abandoned clear direction and as a result abandoned the people of Derby. And now she's sold them out, in my view. The Tories are very good at protecting the interests of the capitalists, shall we say, because Councillor Roberts did mention the capitalists earlier. By setting a less than adequate council tax base is a derogation of duty, in my view. That is typical of the Conservative reaction, and it is disingenuous knowing how council tax levels work towards providing a proper level of service by this and every authority in the land. So putting a council tax level lower than it should be is not how this council should work and how any council should work. We should do it properly. I also wonder how the Conservatives work towards the motions that they've been putting forward through the year. I mean, we will go back to some of the full council meetings where several motions have been put forward where we've instigated extra spending, supported by the Conservatives. I'd like to know how they square that circle. They insist on spending more money in certain areas, but now they're telling us we're going to cut money. And in fact, the biggest cut is going to be jobs in this council. So how are we going to provide those services, I don't know. Finally, I'd like to just talk about Alveston Ward, which is I'm one of the councillors that I represent, one of the areas that I represent. I'd like to know how Councillor Gins is going to vote on this, because it's quite clear from this council tax budget setting meeting that Alveston District Centre is now in clear jeopardy. We've only just managed to get them to start completing the phase 1 of the works in Alveston. There are 4 phases. After a year of no work done at all. We've been putting pressure, Councillor Bayliss and I have been putting a lot of pressure on. And now, with this budget setting, if this goes ahead, does this mean that Alveston District Centre will not be refurbished? Because it seems that way to me. And so, Councillor Gins, I hope you think very clearly and carefully before you put your hand up with the rest of your party.
Councillor Harwood, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to reply to Councillor Dinser about the fact that, yes, I will be very unhappy with compulsory redundancies. And I'm assured that despite what has been agreed, there'll be no compulsory redundancies, and I'm prepared to accept that. Yes, natural wastage and what have you, fine, but I will always maintain my stance of no compulsory redundancies. Going back to the comments being made by Labour councillors, unfortunately, a lot of the things they're putting forward tonight, they could have carried out when they were in power. I remember, just hold on a minute, let me speak. Well, you can get a pass if you wish.
Thank you.
I remember when I was fighting a by-election in Mackworth, one of the promises made to the Mackworth people by Labour was the refurbishment of the shopping centre on Prince Charles Avenue. It's amazing now, some years on, that this has now been voiced again by a Mackworth councillor. They've had plenty of time while in power to put their proposals forward and carry them out, and many other things they've talked about as well tonight. I've got to reiterate what I said earlier. Looking at the Labour budget, if it was to gain acceptance tonight, as far as I'm concerned, as far as Derby is concerned, it may have been boom, but it certainly would have been bust. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Repton, please.
I think this is a very sad night for Derby. This city, especially in such difficult deflationary times, needs strong, resolute and progressive policies and leadership. And I think the proposals that we have before us tonight let this city down very badly. The Conservatives nationally would have let the banks and this country go to the wall by their non-intervention. Actually, what is reassuring is that President Obama will not let that happen internationally. The city this evening, if this budget goes through, will lead to highways maintenance budgets being cut. We will see that parking and traffic enhancement schemes will now suffer. This will also lead to many school children in the city, amounting to many hundreds, having their school bus service removed and their families having to face both not only the inconvenience but the additional costs that will entail. We talk glibly about a 1% reduction from the total salary costs. This is going to mean a minimum of 130 jobs going in this city, and the workforce in this city will want to know very quickly where those cuts are going to be affected. Throughout the city this evening, if this budget does go through, public services will be dealt a very bad blow indeed. And I think that what will happen in future years, unless there is some stopping of this type of proposal, many further cuts and many further service reductions will take place. And even at this 11th hour, I would ask the Liberals to consider jumping into bed with the Conservatives and pushing this through. Because certainly in my ward, I'll be making sure that those people who live in the Chester Green area are aware there's 2 councillors for Darley ward, that they will be denied the reopening of their post office. I'll make sure at St Benedict's the hundreds of children who will be affected by the withdrawal of that bus service, they'll be aware of where the responsibility lies. And certainly you'll have helped the Conservatives ensure these cuts, these service reductions and these job losses go ahead this evening, unless at this 11th hour you withdraw and you consider the proposals from this group, which does have forward-thinking, progressive policies that will protect the people of Derby. And what we're talking about is 30 pence a week, not even 30 pieces of silver. You really ought to rethink your policies.
Councillor Bayliss, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The budget before us, really, the devil is in the detail. The Lib Dem Tory alliance is back, and the detail is we don't know where the cuts will fall. Other than you can propose from the figures in front of us, there will be job cuts. And those job cuts will impact on those people delivering the service to people that we are elected and represent. It won't be all the officers in the offices here. It will be those delivering service to the residents that elect us. And that's shameful. The Labour budget allowed for investment in this city appropriate to the crisis before us in terms of the economic situation. We've got to give credit, though, where credit's due. The Tory negotiations, they went into the meeting and came out within 45 minutes with a deal. Well, I just find that a bit odd. You have the Liberal Democrats talking about we'll consult and talk to people and scrutinise and make sure that we understand what people want. Well, where was the consultation with the people in the last 45 minutes or an hour? Where was it? It didn't exist. So, when tomorrow morning comes and there's been no scrutiny of the budget and the cuts start to hit home, I wonder what councillors Kerr and Jones and Harwood will be saying to those members of staff that they're going to go, and what they're going to be saying in the months to come to the people out there who find their services are cut, because we don't know where their services are cut, but they will be, absolutely will be cut. There's no doubt. And with Derby Community Transport, the words from Councillor Kerr don't give me reassurance, but they do actually. Because next time Mr Johnson phones me up and says, what can we do about the DCT service cuts, I'll tell him very clearly, don't vote Liberal and certainly don't vote Tory. Because that's the truth. This service will be cut, no doubt, in the future. And I will personally make it a point of delivering the information to the households in Ulverston. So Councillor Ginns better have a damn good reason for saying what she says and voting the way she says she will, because the Council, she will be held to account. Councillor Skelton, I find it incredible that you can say, well, the services charge has been doubled. I went, along with Councillor Graves, to a luncheon club before Christmas, which was in Slindencroft, which is in Ulverston Ward, to talk to the people there. And the ladies there told us that the charges have gone up from £3 to £12. OK, you slice the package different, but that's £3 to £12. And they wouldn't be having another meeting because they couldn't afford it. In fact, it was cheaper to go to the Blue Peter than go to the lunch club that the City Council provided. And since then, there's been 2 other incidents reported in the Derby Evening Telegraph. But you're still proud to say their services charges have only been doubled. Well, I can guarantee we'll be delivering that information back to the electors in all the wards that Liberal Democrats represent, and ensuring people do know the truth about where the budget is and what have you done tonight. Because what you've done is you've sold people out. And the thing is, I can't criticise you about the cuts to the budget in detail because I don't know what that detail is. That will emerge, but I will hold you to account. Don't you worry, the Labour group will hold you to account. We have a mandate here to hold you to account because you are completely inept and incompetent, the Liberals are. And I have to give credit to Tories. At least you know what you're doing and consistent. Same old Tories, you don't change much, and we'll hold you to account as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, do you want to hear one of your people speak or not? Councillor Nuff. Thank you. And incidentally, this is the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have heard almost from everyone on the Labour benches about 125 jobs being lost with this 1% proposal in the cutting down on the cost of the salaries. But those who were privileged enough to receive the budget proposals from Councillor Williamson, as I was one of them, they should read 15.4, where Councillor Williamson himself is saying that he would undertake a review of 100 jobs. Nowhere in our proposals we have said we would take a review of 125 jobs. We have only said 1% cut. Now, we all know that, and I have said in the past, Councillor Williamson is a grandmaster of spin, and nobody can beat him on spin. This evening, whenever I heard him, he has coming out with pet phrases, want to help small businesses, redevelop economy, help the people of the Derbys, and then when he says tightening belt, but at the same time he says no more money out of public realm, 200k. If members in this chamber would remember, it was either last year's budget or a budget before, it was Councillor Kerr who was proposing £500,000 to be taken off these public realm funds. And at that time, that was rejected. I can't understand how Councillor Kerr can say this evening that this proposal can't be met. And frankly, Madam Mayor, when there is adversity, you have to tighten your belt, then you will hardly build an extension or you would hardly go for cosmetic surgery. These are the things which you, when you look at budget at home, these are the things you try to do away with. And then, another thing he says is some groundbreaking solutions. Let's have a look at some groundbreaking solutions. Billions and billions and billions pound thrown at banks. That's his way of spending out of the recession. And what happens? Both Gordon Brown and his Chancellor, they went literally on their knees begging these bankers not to pay themselves bonuses. But did they say no to that? 700k pension to a failed banker's chief executive, and this is rewarding failure. And that's what Gordon Brown said, this is rewarding failure. So that's his groundbreaking
that's his groundbreaking solutions. Now, another thing I just want to say, he wants to help small businesses. Okay, let's look at small businesses. These days, most of the small businesses are going out of business, and he says he would help them. How would he help them? By putting 2% extra business rates on those small businesses. That's his help to those business people. It's in his proposals. It's in his proposals. That's what he proposed. He's taking out 2.4 million from reserves, 4.3 million from housing revenue account, which comes to about 6.9 million. And if £800,000 equate to 1% of council tax, then 6 point will equate to 8%. Add his 3.9 onto that, he is literally effectively proposing 11.9% council tax. And he says, in his total, on the top, he says, save to spend. It's not save to spend, Madam Mayor. You save, I spend. That's what his philosophy is. That's what he's trying to do. And he said that this proposal from the Conservative group is too far. Councillor Williamson, we have retracted from 2.5 to 3.25. You be bold enough to come down from 3.9 to 3.25 as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not going to take any more speakers, as I said.
Madam Mayor, I wonder if I might just raise a point of personal explanation or point of order before you move to the vote.
Well, I wouldn't presume to tell you how to...
Well, the only point that I want to make is this. One speaker accused the Chief Executive of, I think it was Councillor Graves, of trying to interfere in the political process. And I just want to make it very clear, because this is Ray Cowlishaw's last budget meeting. The Chief Executive, the Deputy Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer have walked this tightrope of this budget process with impartiality and integrity. And I just want to make it clear for the...
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I didn't impeach on his good conduct, the Chief Executive.
Well,
what I actually said was he did a good job in steering the members in the right direction. That is quite different. And I would like the member over there to retract that statement.
Madam Mayor,
sit down, please. Will you please be quiet?
Well, I think, you know, when someone's given the service that Ray Cowlishaw's given to this council, I don't want it to end on a note of him being drawn into a political process which he didn't get involved in, and which he didn't seek to steer the members, and he didn't seek to steer the process. We have, in these chief officers, a group of people with integrity and with full commitment to what happens in this city. They've had a very difficult situation to deal with.
Please, what are we actually getting to, Councillor Hickson?
1 minute, Madam Mayor. And
1 minute, all right.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I do think that Councillor Hickson is stretching the normal use of points of order and procedure here, and he's making a very long statement when really all he needed to have said is we shouldn't say nasty things about Ray Cowlishaw. Well, that's fine, but can we now move to the vote, please?
In closing, Madam Mayor, I am not prepared for the Chief Executive, amongst others, and principally...
And a point of order, Madam Mayor. Well, no, I just really must, because this has really gone on far too long. And what Councillor Hickson is seeking to do is impugn the good character of a long-standing member of this Labour group who made no such accusations against the Chief Executive, was merely commenting on the fact that the Chief Executive, the Deputy Chief Executive, the Director of Finance had actually produced a report, had gone into press, that had been commented on in the public domain, and merely commented on the Chief Executive's role in helping to find a solution. Now, for Councillor Hickson now to impugn the character of one of our members, I think is totally unacceptable, Madam Mayor, and I call on you to rule Councillor Hickson out of order.
The point was, Madam Mayor, that I'm not prepared for the Chief Executive to leave this meeting and finish this meeting this evening with any slur or implied slur on his character. That was the point, and I've made the point.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, now, goodness me, we've actually got to vote on this, so if you'll all be quiet, we'll do it. Thank you. Right, we're voting on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Thank you. Those against?
It's carried.
It's carried. Right, back to the substantive motion. Will you please be quiet? Councillor Jones, would you like to sum up?
If nobody else wants to speak.
If nobody else wants to speak, would you like to sum up?
Councillor Jones.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm quite relieved to get to the position where we can finally put a budget. I really did believe at one point that we would be staring into an abyss where we had no budget at all. And those thoughts and the consequences for this city and beyond, for the people who not just work for the council, but those other organisations that we support too, would have been dire. I'm really pleased that we have managed to reach an agreement. It isn't where I wanted to be when we started out tonight, but as Councillor Hickson says, politics is the art of the compromise, and on occasions you do have to compromise for the benefit of the city. We've talked long and hard about the cuts that the Labour group allege that we're going to have from this budget. I don't think so. The Liberal Democrat budget is largely intact. This is a compromise with some extra things put into it, the council tax renegotiated, and we have, I believe, a really sensible, in the circumstances, way forward. It isn't going to be easy to achieve these things. It is going to require hard work from the Cabinet, and I just want to commend this budget as amended to the Council. Thank you.
All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? It's carried. We still have some items to get through. Now, do you want to continue, or can I...
I'm very sorry, but Councillor Hickson very clearly moved that what we should do was continue with this meeting until the vote had been taken on the budget. And that is what was agreed in here. The vote has now been taken. I suggest that the meeting is now over.
We'll come back on Thursday. Yes, we do. Oh, yeah, all right. It's up to you. But there's going to be a council meeting on Thursday.
You called a meeting to deal with the unfinished business.
I propose, Madam Mayor, that we carry on to finish the business of the evening.
It's finished? No, sorry. No. Right, so the meeting stands adjourned and we will reconvene on Thursday evening. What's that? Will you please, excuse me, will you please stay in your seats? The mace is still here. Oh, please stay in your seats. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Kerr.
Madam Mayor, when we about half an hour ago, when we discussed the direction of the meeting and what would happen at 10 o'clock, my understanding was that the meeting would continue from 10 o'clock until the end of business. Now, there are other members in this chamber who feel otherwise. Maybe we who voted on that amendment should actually be asked what we believed we agreed.
Right.
And we can then democratically decide whether to continue beyond 10 o'clock or not.
Mr Foote is going to speak.
The motion that was passed did relate just to the item that we were debating. And the Mayor has already requisitioned a meeting on Thursday to deal with unfinished business from tonight.
So the meeting is adjourned. You will reconvene on Thursday. Thank you. Thank you.